I call this meeting of the Conroe Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. Let the record show that the quorum of members is present and that this meeting has been duly called and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. The time is 6 o'clock. This evening, I ask that you stand with me as we say a word of prayer. Father God, we ask that you enter this room, that you be with us all as we evaluate, discuss, and vote the best interests of our children and the people we serve. We give praise and thanks for the completion of our first semester, the winter graduates from last night, and all who attended in support of their hard work to achieve the level of high school graduate. Lord, we ask for a fresh anointing over this winter break and restoration for our employees in a supernatural way. Thank you in advance for an even better second semester in Conroe ISD. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Okay, so tonight, the board is pleased to announce that we are starting a new tradition here in Conroe ISD. We have many wonderful employees of the district that have served in a variety of military positions, and we would be honored to have them lead us each month in our pledges. Dr. Knoll has put the word out there through his communication pipeline, and tonight we will have our very first veteran from the school district lead us in the pledges. Trustee Simler, would you please introduce our first veteran to lead us in the pledges?
Yes, I'm introducing Karen Garza. Leading the pledges tonight is Conroe ISD's Chief Financial Officer, Karen Garza. Karen served honorably in the U.S. Army from 1988 to 1992, achieving the rank of specialist. Her duty station was located at Fort Ord, California, where she spent her 4-year tour in the military supporting the 7th Infantry Division. Karen's military occupational specialty was a 75 Bravo. Her duties involved handling administrative tasks and personnel management, which included assisting in military readiness and deployment preparations, maintaining and processing personnel records, pay information, and other administrative duties for soldiers in her unit. Karen was awarded the Army Commendation Medal during her tour in recognition of her distinguished service. She was honorably discharged in 1992 and went on to pursue a degree in accounting.
Please join me in the pledge to the American flag. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you.
Thank you. We look forward to having more of our district employees that are veterans participate in this, as we'd love to recognize them. We also have invited our high school junior ROTC programs to do it as well. So if you don't tune in for anything else, tune in for that.
President Ohlmuller, if you don't mind, could we possibly do item 2B first? I know we have some young ladies that are stuck in the same traffic you were stuck in, so I'd like for them to try to be able to get here before we honor the volleyball team, if we could.
Yes, sir. Okay, so we're moving on to special recognition from the Montgomery County Food Bank.
All right. We have a special presentation tonight from our friends at the Montgomery County Food Bank, one of our great partners here with Conroe ISD, and to make our presentation as the President and CEO of the Montgomery County Food Bank, Ms. Christine Marlowe.
Thank you so much, Dr. Knoll. I would like to introduce some of my colleagues that are here this evening. With me is Joe Contreras, and he is our Director of Programs. And Courtney Boudreau, who is our Senior Manager of Philanthropic Engagement. Montgomery County Food Bank is pleased and honored to partner with Conroe ISD in the fight against hunger. Our mission is to unite the community to fight hunger. Hunger is not partisan. It doesn't discriminate on the basis of gender or sex or skin color or religious affiliation or age. And the real story is the need for food assistance is at an all-time high right now. The reason's in plain sight. Just go to the grocery store and buy your own cart of groceries and see what it does to your debit card. And imagine what that does to people who are on a fixed income, barely making ends meet, and then have a car repair bill or a hospital bill on top of it. Those effects can be truly devastating. So our network from the food bank served over 97,000 client contacts in November. That's a record. That's even higher than COVID. So we are at record times of crisis right now. I think we all agree that no child should ever go hungry, and every family deserves the basic necessity of healthy and nutritious food. And the teachers and staff at Conroe ISD see the effects of food insecurity every day. I'm sure you'll agree with me on that. Students who are hungry and are distracted by the growling feeling in their stomach can't learn effectively, they're not able to concentrate, and they can't be at their best. So we want them to be able to learn at their best capability. But the good news is we partner with a compassionate, dedicated, and very committed school district under the governance of this Board of Trustees and the daily leadership of our superintendent, Dr. Curtis Knoll, who is also on the board at Montgomery County Food Bank, and his amazing team of administrators, teachers, and staff. I have witnessed the compassion of the Conroe ISD team over the years. I have 4 children who have graduated through the school system. And I know that this team here has a genuine desire to provide resources to the students. They want them to learn, they want them to have what they need. So here are some ways that I wanted to show you concretely that Conroe ISD has partnered with the food bank. So we have a backpack food assistance program, and 23 schools in the district participate with over 750 students a week receiving a bag of food that they can have on the weekend because they may not have access to food. There are 11 schools in Conroe ISD with food pantries where older students or their families can come in and get the resources that they need. There is one school where we actually do a drive-up mobile distribution, that's Milam Elementary, where families can come and receive food in a safe place because they know that the school is a haven for them and they trust that environment. So other ways that we partner with Conroe ISD is over the summers, we've had 2 very large-scale summer of sharing food distributions in partnership with HEB, where they brought all of the food. So these families were able to bring their family for a hot meal, non-perishable foods, and school supplies. And we served over 1,000 families or 4,500 people since 2022 in that way. And that was targeted to school children and their families. Conroe ISD has participated in disaster relief. We know what happened this last summer, but Conroe ISD is the first ones to raise their hand when it comes to providing assistance, and Montgomery County Food Bank has partnered in that way because, again, disaster shows no partisan, no discrimination. It affects everybody. And our nutrition education department from the food bank taught over 1,000 students in partnership with Conroe ISD healthy, nutritious food choices and how to be better about that. And, in addition to that partnership, Conroe ISD has invited Joe Contreras to join the district level planning and decision-making community. All important ways that we are working together. So, Board of Trustees, Dr. Knoll, distinguished guests, to celebrate and honor the wonderful work that you do every day to help the students and their families always be better, and specifically for the work in supporting our mission of uniting the community to fight hunger, Montgomery County Food Bank is pleased to announce Conroe ISD as the recipient of the Brighter Future Award, which will be presented at our Fighting Hunger Feeding Hope Gala on February 8th. Congratulations. Congratulations to you, and thank you for being a wonderful community partner in the fight against hunger. We know now during this holiday season, people are aware of it, they want to help, but come January, it's still going to be here, and you are still going to be a steady partner in that fight against hunger. Truly, we are stronger together, and I can't thank you enough for this wonderful partnership, and we are pleased to celebrate you in February. So God bless you, and Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Thank you. So I have a certificate for you, but the real award will be presented in February, so thank you.
So you want us over here? And I'll say what I was going to say. You want your whole team or just
Do you mind if we have and Dr. Knoll, and if that's okay? Yeah, we would love that.
Would it be possible to receive this photo later?
I don't know if I really need this, but I know my communications director over here is going to say, step up to the mic. Okay, I'm going to go this way because I always hate talking to you all with my back to you. So on behalf of the Board of Trustees and Conroe ISD, I just want to say how thankful we are for this recognition. But in reality, y'all are the ones. You lead from the front, and we just join in tandem with you. And we're so thankful to be a partner with you. It is important to serve our community, and more importantly, we're serving the families and the students of our district. We look forward to continuing that partnership and working together. And we hope to see great success with fundraising at the gala on February 8th. Did you all get that? Everyone, February 8th, Montgomery County Food Banks, they get a table. And that way we can serve others. So thank you so much.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. My VP over here will assist. We're going to go back to our agenda item, special recognition on A. Dr. Knoll, do you want me to say something, or are you good to go?
I think we're good to go here. We have an opportunity to recognize state champions, as we do upon occasion here, more often than most do, so it's always nice when we get this opportunity. But when you have a chance to recognize on a team level in 6A UIL athletics a back-to-back state champion, this is a special moment. And so
Yes.
Here to open us up is our head Grizzly, Mr. James Bush, our principal.
Sorry for all that noise that's taking place, that clanging of metals, right?
Never
Makes it
apologize
difficult.
for that sound.
They were trying to be quiet when the pledges and stuff were taking place, right? So good evening, President Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. My name is James Bush, and I have the honor and privilege of being the proud principal of Grand Oaks High School. Tonight is an exciting time as you'll get to meet some incredible student athletes that represent our growl each and every day. The group has captured the hearts of the 77386 community and is recognized throughout the state of Texas and now nation as a volleyball powerhouse. I want you to take a moment and think back to where you were and what you were doing on September the 6th, 2022. A lot's happened since then. Unfortunately, on that date, our Grand Oaks volleyball team lost to the Woodlands High School in a district game. Since that date, the Grizzlies have won 45 consecutive district games. This season, our Grand Oaks volleyball team returned again as district champs, region champs, and for the second consecutive year, state champions. Supporting them along the way is a fantastic group of parents, an energized and renowned student section, and an all-star coaching staff. The leader of this organization is a rock star coach that I have the privilege of working with and learning something from each and every day. Ladies and gentlemen, Coach Morgan Rogers.
Thank you. Thank you to the Board of Trustees and Dr. Knoll again for having us back. We are very glad to be here. I'll go ahead and call them up. It's a smaller group. A lot of ours play club volleyball and are stuck on 45. So we have a mix of that, but I'm very proud for the ones that are here. So I'll call them up first and we'll recap our season. First, we have recent graduate as of last night, Samara Coleman. Samara is going to be leaving us in January to head to the University of Pittsburgh, which is playing in the Final Four this weekend for Division I NCAA volleyball. So she will be playing there. Yes, yes. Next we have junior Haley Lotspeech, a returner from last year's team. Junior Julia Flessis, a returner from last year's team. Sophomore Mia Owens. Junior Macy Gonzalez. Junior Cambry Kavanaugh. And a junior returner from last year's team, Callie Reese. Also want to bring up my right-hand man, Jason Clare, our varsity assistant and JV coach. Come up here. So again, thank you all. It is with great pride that I get to introduce the back-to-back 2024 6A Division I state champions. As Mr. Bush alluded to, we do use the growl at Grand Oaks as a depiction of what we want our students to possess and display. G is for growth, R is for respect, O is for ownership, W is for work ethic, and L is for leadership. These girls, amongst these ones here and the ones not in attendance, exemplify that on a daily basis. But I do want to highlight the G, the growth, for our 2024 season as I recap a few things. The growth of this team this season is something that I will forever be proud of as a coach, and I hope that they can look back on and be proud of as well. These girls' journey to our second straight championship started long before our first official day on August 5th. They spend their summer vacations training with their club teams, traveling across the state and country for tournaments, and they sprinkle in some high school volleyball workouts and practices here and there. We even had one of our seniors, Samara. She got to represent Grand Oaks volleyball at the TGCA All-Star Game this summer and also earned the MVP award of that match. Yes. As soon as tryouts are completed on August 6th, well before we start school, mind you, these girls were up the very next morning at 6 a.m. for their first team practice so that us coaches can make it to our staff development sessions later that day. We quickly began competing, and based off our first match on August 13th, who we actually played the team we beat in the finals, so we played Fulshire to open up our season, there weren't many on the outside of our circle that believed we'd be able to accomplish what we did this season. The great thing about these girls and this team's mentality is that none of that outside talk affected them. While we knew we had some work to do, these girls did not doubt what we were capable of, and they spent their the next 3-4 months making sure we proved everyone wrong. They then spend the next 3 weeks of our preseason going to tournaments, 2 of those being out of town overnight. They are falling behind in their classes. They are stressing about falling behind in their AP, DC, honors courses, but we continue to work and compete the best that we could. As our season progressed, it was evident that this team was more than just talent and hard work, but they developed a team dynamic that exhibited love and support for one another and a desire to always learn and be better than they were the day before. With these attributes, this team was able to earn not only another undefeated district championship, and then also a third district championship in a row. The next part of our season, we were ready to begin, and that's our playoff journey. These girls did a player-led kind of meeting. They do this every year, where they come up with what it looks like for them to, as the kids say, right, lock in for the remainder of our season. They discuss this as a group without a coach present, and they come up with that list, and they focus on that every day. That's what they expected of themselves and of each other. They continued to come into practice daily with that mindset, and if someone was off that day, as they are, they're high school girls, others picked up their slack and picked it up for them. Their mentality wasn't, I hope we make it to state again, but instead the mentality was, we're going to win state again. Throughout the playoff journey that included over 1,200 miles of travel within 3 weeks, these girls were able to accomplish just that. They proved to themselves and to the people that didn't believe that they are once again state champions. This accomplishment would not be possible without many different people and groups that deserve huge thank yous. First, our coaching staff. So Coach Claire is here tonight. This guy does everything that I can't or don't or can't do. Our coaches are driving buses, picking them up before school starts, taking them back 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, getting up and teaching their core courses the next day. They help run practices, and they help coach their own sub-varsity teams to their own successes. To Mr. Bush, Coach McDowell, Mr. Ferris, and our other Grand Oaks administration and staff, your support at all times, and it's not just throughout playoffs, it is from August through the end, does not go unnoticed and is very appreciated. The dynamic we built at Grand Oaks, thanks to Mr. Bush and a few other administration and staff, is truly something special in such a short amount of time that I'm very proud of. I'd like to shout out the York Junior High coaches, specifically Coach Knight. Their players and parents do a great job of wanting to be involved. They traveled out to China Spring to watch these girls play. They want to be a part of Grand Oaks volleyball, and it starts at that level, that pipeline coming into Grand Oaks. To our parents, incredible support, time and energy towards these girls and our program. They're running concession stands, they're doing homecoming floats, they're doing snack bags, they're decorating locker rooms, they're doing all the things to make these girls feel as important as they are. To our Grand Oaks community, the multiple fan buses that were filled with our rowdy students and the staff that helped chaperone those buses and trips. That support was a huge push for us as a team, and the post-championship celebration was made that much sweeter getting to do it with you all behind us. And lastly, I want to thank our players, ones here and not here, for that's the reason we're here. Their time and dedication, not just to themselves, but to their team, to Grand Oaks High School, the community, and Conroe ISD. You are a true representation of what makes Grand Oaks the best school in the state. Once again, I am proud to be here tonight to recognize your back-to-back 6A volleyball state champions.
Well, I can talk loud, but maybe not that loud. Wow, you guys. 2 years in a row. Yes, we heard you coming in, and it wasn't braggy at all. No big deal. No big deal at all. As a mom who's, I have two that have played at Conroe ISD volleyball, I recognize some of you guys. I also recognize you. Playing at the club level and then playing in high school is a whole other level, and it's a formula that goes along with it. It starts with great players, and you guys are definitely that. It also comes with great leadership. Mr. Bush and your coaching team, top notch, but it also comes with parents, and the parents are the ones, and I know you guys are driving now, but the ones that my daughter's been playing since the 5th grade in club. We're leaving at 4:30 in the morning to get to tournaments in Dallas, it is beyond a whole other level of perseverance, dedication, drive, and it's all the things that you all encompass, and we are so very proud of you. Teamwork is one thing, but this is something that will take you to a whole other level as you proceed and progress in life. Employers look for athletes. They look for people that have worked together in a team. And not only have you worked together in a team, but you have excelled beyond belief. We are so very, very proud of you. And I will say that as a Woodlands High School volleyball player, We all want everybody to win, except when you play Grand Oaks. Everybody knows, but we are so happy for you guys. We are so proud of you. Keep up the work. On behalf of the Conroe ISD Board of Trustees, congratulations.
I told the ladies last year that I streamed the state championship while I was on vacation in Mexico because I wanted to watch them play. And I had to stream them again this year, but I didn't miss it, so I'm so proud of them. All right. We've already done that one. So we are now on to the public comment part of our board meeting. Per board policy BED and Texas Government Code Section 551.007, any citizen who has signed up may address the board regarding only items posted on today's agenda. If a citizen is signed up to speak on any matter other than tonight's posted agenda items, he or she is welcome to make comments to, this is from the December 17th, so you're welcome to make comments at the January 21st meeting.
Yes, they didn't make any comments tonight.
Oh, you can make any comment tonight. My bad. This is from the last meeting. So did I get that legally correct for you?
Yeah, they can make any comment on any
comment
topic.
tonight, even if it's not on the agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm glad we got that. All right. So, and then we'll go on to each speaker will have 2 minutes to present their comments to the board. Screens around the room will display the speaker's time. When a countdown timer reaches 0, the next speaker will be called. Ms. Godfrey, please call our first speaker.
Estine Fawn. Estine Fawn. Ann Stone. Santiago Acosta.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How y'all doing? Does this time start? Okay, there it is. Okay. First of all, I want to be sitting with you one day, so I want to run for one of your positions. But really quickly, what I'm here for is this. Very simple. I want to be able to volunteer my time to the district to do a study on the waste that is going on in this school district. I want to be able to see, if there's any programs that we're not being used. Is there any facilities that we have that are just there and we're paying taxes on it? Or there's administration that we're just wasting time on it, okay? And like I said, I want to volunteer my time. Y'all have my contact information, so contact me on it. What qualifies me for this? I am a 29-year-old teacher, retired teacher. I worked in 3 districts, okay? And I just recently retired. I'm also a taxpayer. I live in this district, and I've been living here for the longest time, and I'm thinking to myself, I've been paying all these taxes, and now that you retire, As a retired teacher, are not making a lot of money. So therefore, I said to myself, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to the district and I'm going to ask them, how can I help so that we can cut waste, so that our tax dollars can come down and help our community out, okay? So basically, that's what I'm here for. I want to do this in a type of a DOJ type of thing, Department of Education of Efficiency. I want to be able to get rid of anything that is not being efficient while at the same time helping other people, which is us, the taxpayers. We're paying taxes, and my bills are coming in really high, and I said to myself, I got to come and talk to you ladies. I want to be a part of you ladies. I want to go ahead and be able to make those decisions. So thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Hopefully you guys can contact me on it, okay? Thank you.
Natalie Adams.
Greetings, Dr. Knoll, and welcome to the new members of the board. I've been a Conroe ISD parent since 2012. In a former life, I was also a high school teacher in the area. Over the years, I've spoken up for not only my children by birth, but also my students. I've advocated for fair application of discipline while keeping students and teachers safe. I've pushed for training to help teachers identify and intervene with students who had been primed for gang membership, while also creating a micro mutual aid organization in my classroom to teach students to care for one another. My own children understand my support for them is limitless, even as they understand they are ultimately their own biggest advocates. I'm concerned as a mother, a former educator, and a taxpayer. My youngest child is preparing to graduate in a couple of years and attend college to further her education. The Conroe ISD she will graduate from is turning into a far cry from the district my oldest completed in 2019. While my oldest son was afforded opportunities such as attending culinary competitions to hone his skills, my daughter's teacher isn't sure that there are funds or interest in supporting her culinary students in this way. All three of my children had the same elementary and intermediate school bus driver who showed them love and care. But my daughter has not had a stable driver or a ride free of vape clouds in her 2 years of high school. These are but a few of the real issues the district needs to address, not the whims of outside actors who don't have our children in mind, only their agendas. Let me be clear. I support all children's freedom to read and learn. I do not support blanket book bans and know if we continue down that particular road, our future graduates' diplomas will not be worth those of our former students. We have to get back to the business of building a school district that prioritizes learning, safety for all, and fiscal responsibility. You see, balance is essential, and there is more than one way to be a mama bear.
Diane Daniels.
Hello. Thank you all for your continued hard work and professionalism in caring for our children. I would like to talk about the Conroe ISD celebrates the season in our schools, the Christmas season, the season to celebrate Christ and baby Jesus. All I see in the schools is Santa. I'd like a small portion of it, since we open with prayer and we want God overlooking our students and taking care of them, to a little bit about Jesus. The narrative that we have in the schools was created by society. Santa, Santa, Santa. Gifts, gifts, gifts. We need to get back to God in our schools and the reason for the season. Years ago, I met somebody who was sharing an inspiring tradition in their family. On Christmas Day, their children would choose 3 toys and give them up to the needy. And then in return, they received 3 gifts. 3 gifts is prominent because baby Jesus received 3 gifts from the wise men. How many children really know this? With pushing Santa all the time, all week long, I get it, it's important. Society has pushed us in that way. But if a small portion of it could reflect the reason for the season, I think it would give our children so much more enrichment in life as to what this whole celebration is about. In reviewing the curriculum and the budget, you guys have done a wonderful job in collecting the knowledge, and I am confident that the necessary positive changes will take place in both of these areas. And if you can see that a small portion next year can go into the reflection of the Lord during the season, it would be greatly appreciated and enhanced to the children. Thank you.
Deborah Lieber.
Good evening. I'm here to express my concern about the Bible-based Bluebonnet Learning K-5 Reading Language Arts curriculum recently adopted by the State Board of Education. It is my understanding that local school districts are not required to select this curriculum for use, and I respectfully request that the board not select the Bluebonnet curriculum. I believe you understand and likely agree that parents should maintain the right to determine the religious upbringing of our children. I am deeply concerned that the inclusion of Bible lessons in the Bluebonnet curriculum usurps the rights of parents to direct the religious and moral training of our families. It is important to remember that as trustees, you represent the interests of all our diverse student population. Selection of this curriculum will impose Christian principles which may not satisfy even all Christians, much less those of non-Christian faiths. Equal respect must be given to diverse faith traditions and to families who do not follow any faith tradition. I recognize that the state has included a financial incentive for districts who choose the Bluebonnet curriculum, making it an attractive option from a fiscal standpoint. If chosen, however, the board must consider accommodation for families who are not comfortable with the religious content of this curriculum. There is a reason that under the current TEAC standards, world religions are not taught until higher grades. Elementary students are too young to comprehend that the religious instruction they are receiving at public schools differs from the faith traditions of their families. Selecting this curriculum amounts to proselytizing and removes the rights of parents to control their children's religious lives. I implore you to keep an open mind, respect parental rights, and reject the Bluebonnet curriculum for use by Conroe ISD. Thank you.
Courtney Egan.
Good evening. I stand before you today to address some pressing concerns regarding our commitment to inclusivity and the well-being of our students in our district. You and your followers often proclaim that all means all, yet the rhetoric we hear from the board and its supporters frequently feels exclusionary. This contradiction undermines the very essence of the community we claim to uphold. Additionally, the push to integrate Christianity into our school board meetings creates a hostile environment for those with diverse beliefs in our community. Our nation was founded on the principle of religious freedom, a right that allows everyone to worship or not worship as they choose. If you find unsubstantiated claims of atheist indoctrination troubling, I urge you to reflect on the implications of imposing your beliefs on others. Moreover, your treatment of LGBTQ students is alarming. The degrading language used to describe these children fosters an atmosphere of fear and isolation. Research from the Trevor Project shows that 42% of LGBTQ youth considered suicide in the past year. However, those who reported having affirming environments experienced significantly lower rates of suicidal thoughts. If you genuinely care about the well-being of all students, you must recognize that your words and attitudes can either uplift or harm. As Christians, you are called to love and support one another. How will you reconcile this with your Maker on your day of judgment? Now let's address the financial decisions being made. It's concerning that many board members lack the experience needed to navigate complex financial issues effectively. This became evident during the special meeting on December 3rd, where several members struggled to grasp the financial presentations. Additionally, board member Dawson suggested asking taxpayers for more funding, a proposal that appears to contradict the principles of the party she claimed to represent. How might her financial backers feel about this suggestion? Lastly, I urge you to examine your privileges you may take for granted.
Many families in our districts face challenges that you may have never encountered, whether it's limited resources, transportation. If you truly want all to mean all, we must commit to building an inclusive environment where every student feels valued and supported. Thank you.
Carrie Freemeyer.
I'm just going to make it short and sweet. So I wanted to wish you guys a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, and a little homework for you during your winter break. Please, please remember thinking of our very vast, diverse, culturally diverse district. Please. All means all for a reason. We made that motto, and we make that a vision because we have such a culturally diverse district. And so please, as your homework, please take that into account. We have people that don't practice Christmas. We have people that don't practice the same religion that you do. And just keep that in in perspective, okay? Thank you. And again, Merry Christmas, blessings to you all, and that you enjoy it. Thank you.
I'll call the first two that weren't here. Estine Fawn and Ann Stone. That's it.
All right, so that concludes citizen participation, and the next item on our agenda is 4 consent agenda. Do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda as posted?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, show by the lifting of hands. The vote is unanimous and carries. Okay. Moving on to item 5, administration, 5A. Consider and approve the 2024-2025 district improvement plan. Dr. Medford, are you presenting that?
She is indeed. The next 2 items.
I believe this is y'all's baby.
Aren't going to let me live that down, are you? It's okay. All right. President Odenwell and members of the board, Dr. Knoll, I come before you this evening to present for your approval our district improvement plan. We had a lot of discussion, great discussion at our workshop. So to kind of just summarize this for everyone, the purpose of the improvement plan is to work directly with the superintendent, with our district level planning and decision-making committee to guide the district and campus for student improvement for all of our groups and making sure that we hit all of those requirements. So I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the giant team that it takes to pull off this massive document. So if you work on one of the goals or objectives or strategies in this improvement plan, will you please stand for me so we can recognize you? Amazing. It is really an impressive feat, and it's an amazing team that spends a lot of time making sure that it's what we need for our students. So we appreciate you all. Special shout out to Mr. Fuller and his team and our school improvement department. This is where this lives. They spend a lot of time making sure that this team is gathered together and ushered through the process. So thank you, Jeff, Melinda, and Hartwell for all of your work. Which goes right into the timeline. So this is just an overview of what it took to get to today. This is just a little snippet of the meetings, the kind of the timeline, which starts at the beginning of the summer, working through all of the different pieces until we end up at the district level committee requesting their approval, which they did in November. We talked a lot at the workshop about the 5 goals. So just kind of to refresh everyone, these are the 5 goals for now that we focus on in our plan. There's a number of required provisions, so I'm going to kind of quickly, there's a lot of words on the slide. I know I broke all of the PowerPoint rules, but it's okay. I'll go through them quickly. I won't read them to you at least. So we start with that comprehensive needs assessment. What do we need to be working on, making sure that we're looking at all of those student groups. We make sure that we have measurable outcomes for all of the indicators for all of those student populations, and then all of the other requirements through that needs assessment. So we start getting into, we spend a lot of time talking about the goals, but there's really a whole lot else that's required in here. So these are kind of the things I wanted to highlight, just so everybody's kind of aware of, it's not just looking at those 5 goals, it's looking at all of these different requirements. So just kind of quickly, we talk through instructional methods. We look at all of those evidence-based practices: suicide prevention, conflict resolution, violence prevention, dyslexia treatment programs, dropout reduction, technology, lots of positive behavior and supports and the interventions required with that, staff development for our staff, career education so that our students have what they need for their careers, accelerated education, and then our comprehensive school guidance program is also in there. Also, as requirements, the strategy for our kids for higher education and helping their parents with those financial aid opportunities, making sure they know all of the curriculum choices they have so that they can be prepared beyond high school. And then all of the information, which is overwhelming if you haven't reached that point of financial aid and applying for schools post-secondary. Making sure that all the resources that we need in order to implement all of the strategies, what staff is responsible for them, back to that really tiny font of the team at the beginning. What are the timelines for monitoring the progress? What does that formative evaluation look like? And then there's policies requirements addressing sexual abuse, and then the trauma-informed care policy also has to be located in there. In addition, we talk about law enforcement duties of our peace officers. We have the discipline management program that's mentioned in there. There's the dating violence policy, our bullying prevention, and then the mental health, substance abuse, and suicide. That's also all intertwined in this giant document. So once we go through all of those processes, make sure we have all of the required pieces, then our job is to monitor it, right? So this is where this starts. We actually had our first review that was due last week. So the next step will be to take that to the district level planning and decision-making committee in January to review the goals, where we are, get feedback from them. Remember, this is a living document, so the idea is we adjust it as we need. We're making progress, we move the goal forward. We need to stop and revisit things. We ask questions, then we ask the team to go back. Let's relook at this, let's dig deeper. So we adjust it throughout the year, as you see there, and then we have our ongoing support of our boardogram, which this was something that came out of our workshop that we're really excited about. We're really proud. The team, y'all, when we come up with an idea, we just have amazing people who are like, let's do it. And that goes from everyone from obviously the curriculum department, where this is, living the social studies is the next one up this week, but it goes to our communications department that makes it look beautiful, and all the people who helped edit it and look at it in a different lens, and then obviously the data required. So this is just a little snippet of what you'll see. You'll get your first one this week. Dr. Campbell's done a great job of just giving a little summary at the beginning, and then what are the next steps for that social studies department, and then any performance objective and strategy tied to that curriculum topic for the week. You will see what the strategy is, what our goal is, and then how are we doing as far as December. So just a little bit, we're excited, and we'll take your feedback and we'll adjust as we need to. So at this time, I request your approval for our district improvement plan.
I'd like to make a motion that we amend CISD's 24-25 District Improvement Plan on page 3 on the second paragraph to say, Conroe ISD has not received an official rating for the 23-24 school year in the STAR A through F accountability system. The Texas Education Agency has not released the official ratings due to a pending lawsuit, but the district has received the raw data that is used to calculate ratings and the information in this report. Just one small change. So.
Second. Where's that located?
So it's not on the PowerPoint. It wasn't on my presentation. It's in the big document on this page. It's in the really tiny font. It's the second paragraph, and then behind your presentation I printed out for you should be, and I tried to put little brackets around the edits.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there discussion?
I just wanted to briefly state why I wanted to change it. It's a very small change, but I just wanted people that are listening that may not know, the TEA hasn't released official accountability ratings for ISDs across the state for the last 2 years due to lawsuits. However, I want to make it clear to everyone that we do have the raw data that we need to calculate what the rating should be, which is what we're going to be discussing in an upcoming board workshop. It's important that the public is up to date on where the district stands with regard to our A through F accountability system, but I do want to emphasize that this would be an unofficial rating. It could change when TEA officially releases that rating. And it is just one measure out of many measures. We know that, the A through F is not perfect. It's not necessarily the most, there's lots of factors to look at, but this is one factor that I think we should make clear to the public where we stand. So that's why.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
What, so this here with the purple writing, this is the amendment, or
Yes.
is this what's
That is the amendment.
Because I don't have the large document, can you
here.
read the
Absolutely.
original?
I have the original. It says Conroe ISD has not received a rating for the 2023-2024 school year in the STAR A through F accountability system. The Texas Education Agency has not released this information due to a pending lawsuit.
So the word official ratings?
Official rating, and then I think
changed?
it was expanded to say that we do have the raw data, just to make it clear that we don't have that official rating, but we have a lot of the information that we've presented. That's what's used in here to make the goals.
Okay.
Is that?
Can I ask a quick question kind of related to that as well? It was brought to my attention, and we discussed this a little bit the other day, that the district decided to move from doing interim testing to using a release STAR. Is this the reason? Could you kind of give some background on what led you guys to make that decision?
So with lots of conversations and getting lots of feedback, the state has changed every year for the last 3 or 4 years what we're allowed to use the interim data for. So when it first was released, the teachers could look at the questions, they could work with the kids, it was way more interactive for us. It was also supposed to be a prediction of how students would do. Every year it's gotten tighter and tighter, and this year we learned after school started that we would have to treat it as a real STAR test, where it would have to be oathed, it would have to be, you couldn't talk about it, the teachers couldn't look at it, and the idea of taking assessments or benchmarks at this time is to tell us kind of how we're doing, right? To monitor our progress and to be able to adjust and have conversations with our students. So lots of conversations at central office, lots of conversation with our principals, and then on campus, we opted to switch, to replace. So instead of the interim, we're putting in last year's release STAR so that we can have those conversations with the students. The teachers can look at the questions, the teachers can see what the students answered and be able to help them as they finish out that year.
Okay, thank you. I just wasn't aware of, what made those changes, and I appreciated our conversation in the back end.
It was it was a really hard decision, lots of conversations. Those are always really tough. Anytime we make a change anyway, it's hard, but when you make a change in the middle of the year, but we feel really strongly that our teachers want to know and want to be able to work with our kids.
And you feel like this would be more predictive on how they perform on the STAR?
We had some campuses where the prediction was really off last year, which was some things we were watching. It was starting to make us feel less confident in it to begin with, and then when they locked it down even further. So we feel like this test would be much more comparable to the data that we're looking at now and moving forward. We always monitor and look to make sure that we're, if we're going to take a test, we want it to be helpful and meaningful for our teachers and our students.
Okay, thank you.
So on that note, the decision was made by the administration and the principals on campus? Okay.
Well, yes, with lots of feedback. We had lots of conversations, but yes, the ultimate decision was, we made it, right? We took lots of feedback, and then we had made the decision that this was the right choice for us.
Okay, and second question is, so we're sitting students through 2 STAR exams, one as a practice and then one, like as an assessment benchmark in January?
It starts in January, goes into February, so it's a replacement for the interim. So they've been taking the interim during this time, that's the same window, and so we traded out the assessment basically.
So it's the same number of days, same amount of time, just a different performance that they're going to do, a different product?
Yes.
Okay. You know what I said last time, I don't want more tests on teachers and in classrooms. So I'm glad that it's a trade out at least.
We did the very best we could to also keep it on the same day, the best we can. It is always hard when we make those decisions, but we want to make sure that we have the best data we have so that we can make those adjustments just as we talked about, right?
But so there won't be benchmarks then? This will take that place? This takes
They're
the
kind of
place
all
of
this,
it.
it's different vocabulary, but benchmark, interims, release STAR, the whole idea is to get that little checkpoint, right, of how our kids are doing.
Okay. I'll ask more questions on that in literacy next month.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
overall, really, I mean, it's a very comprehensive 100-page document. So thank you for everyone who put work into that. It's really just a small little change in the beginning. So
Thank you.
And I just want to also second that. Thank you for all the work. This is the baby. So definitely it is so deep and has so much breadth in it. And I look forward to joining you guys as a board member. And if there's anything that you need going forward to make sure that, you know, you come back to the board. We had some conversation, with Dr. Knoll today about the coaching symposium. And do we have enough coaches? Because it appears to me that coaches are very important in this. So it will be very important to me as a board member that you continue to come back to us with your needs.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, I think I made a procedural error in not asking for a vote on the change of the language, because now we're going to have to take 2 votes. Did we take the vote on the language change?
No, we did not.
Okay.
There was a motion and a second.
Do we need to take that vote first before we approve the dip, right? That's what I thought. So, so the first motion is that, which we already got, and the second is that, and so the vote is to amend the wording as said on page 3 of the dip, as stated previously. Do I need to read that aloud for the record? Or are we good on that, Ms. Godfrey?
We're good.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. So all those in favor of amending the language from page 3 for the district improvement plan, show by the uplifting of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's unanimous. A vote carries on the amendment. And now, are we prepared? Do we need to discuss the district improvement plan any further? Are you guys good? Okay, do I have a motion to accept the district improvement plan with the modification that we've just made?
Motion to accept the district improvement plan with the amendment that we just made.
Okay, do I have a second?
second.
All right, all those in favor, show by the uplift of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we have a unanimous vote, and the vote carries.
Thank you. Can I just add one thing? The team, and you all saw, as you were going through this, you saw last year's plan. There's a significant step forward happened from last year's plan to this year's plan. And that's the team that you saw stand up, put in a ton of work to make that happen. But that team doesn't function without leadership, and Dr. Medford has really led that charge. So I just want to say thank you for your efforts.
She's also fielded a bajillion calls and messages since everyone has been coming at her and asking questions and trying to learn and be the most informed. And I thank you for that, for your understanding and patience in it, because you now have 7 of us that are engaged, listening, wanting to know more, and not just saying yes. So
You guys
thank
know
you.
I could talk about it all the
I
time.
know,
so
I
it's
know.
fine. Thank
But, okay, moving on to agenda item 5B, administration, consider and approve the 2024-2025 campus improvement plans.
The good news is that I'm not going to ask for you to approve them all individually. So, all right, so campus improvement plans take on very similar structure to our district improvement plan. So they have a campus level planning and decision-making committee that supports the principals, same premise. And their goal is to improve student performance for all of their populations. Same structure, same goals, everything's tied together. Campus improvement plans have a little simpler number of provisions required, but really big job to do. So assessing that academic achievement, setting those performance objectives, how are those goals going to be met, what resources do they need, what staff do they need to make that happen, setting those timelines and goals. Then their job is to measure progress, so same formative review process that the district improvement plan has. There's a program to encourage parental involvement, and then they include violence prevention and interventions on campus. And then they also are tied their state comp ed funds, state compensatory education funds, let me make sure I say all the words out, and any of the federal funds are all tied in that plan as well. They work through the same formative review, so they just had their first review as well. They met with their campus level team, they go over their reviews, they make same thing, living document, make any adjustments they need to. It's on the same timeline that the district plan is. So at this time, I request your approval for our campus improvement plans.
Do we have discussion? Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor of accepting the campus improvement plans as presented, please lift your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The motion carries.
Thank y'all. I'm remiss, we have a bunch of principals in the room who, again, spend a large amount of time preparing these documents, so special shout out to them that are here and watching, so thank y'all.
Are we all good? Everyone's still good to keep going? All right, good. Agenda item 5C, receive information and determine if changes to the 2025-2026 school calendar are needed.
Dr. Upshaw is going to come up, and just a reminder, and I know she'll do a great job of recapping this as well, but last year, or this past year in January, the board approved 2 years worth of school calendars. So just want to make sure we keep everybody clear that what we're talking about tonight is not spring break that occurs in 3 months. We're talking about spring break that occurs in 15 months. So I don't want there to be confusion and panic out there. I've said it. Dr. Upshaw will probably say it 5 times in her presentation too. I just want to make it as clear as possible what we are actually talking about tonight. So.
Absolutely. This officially happened over Thanksgiving break. Now I need glasses to be able to read. President Odenweller, esteemed board members, and Dr. Knoll, as mentioned by Dr. Knoll, not the March approaching in a couple of months, but March of 2026. As you may recall, the CISD school board members, trustees, in January 2025, they voted on the 2025-2026 school calendar. We came forward with 2 calendars to vote. So the spring breaks that we established in those calendars for the 2025-2026 now differ from the Lone Star College and various Texas universities. So at the time of the approval that we came to you with this information, the spring break schedules for these institutions had not been finalized and they weren't publicly announced. So in light of this, I want to present you with some information with dates from the surrounding universities, colleges, and school districts so that you can take that data and as a board you can decide if there is a change that's warranted. So that's the information that I would like to share with you today. So here is our current adopted 2025-2026 calendar. Again, not our current calendar, the calendar for next school year. We have received amazing feedback from the things that you helped us to establish, some of them being the extra workday at the beginning of the school year calendar, and also some of the staff development days that have acquired those additional long weekends for our teachers. So specifically what we're talking about today, take March from there, is the March 19th and 13th spring break. Here is the information that we've compiled for you, where we decided from the draft that we had sent to you to put it in a table. We felt it was a little bit easier to read where districts and universities fell. The universities that we are highlighted here are the commonly attended universities from Conroe ISD graduates. So we obviously have a lot of universities in the state of Texas. We didn't list them all, but these are the ones commonly attended by our students and that then impact families. So you can see here which are in line with our current adopted spring break, which is March 19th through 13th. You can see which universities and school districts have March 16th through 20th. We have one school district that has determined a longer or a later spring break, which is Magnolia, and then we have schools that are yet to be undetermined. They will probably be reviewing that this month, or they will be making a final decision in January. So here are your next steps to consider is current methods of feedback. We can, as you know, our existing board members and for our new board members, the district level planning and decision-making committee is the committee that governs this process. Well, you govern the process. They're the feedback committee. They're the committee that take all the information and then bring ideas to you for you to consider. So they do have a meeting coming up January 15th if you want to possibly use them to gather feedback for a possible change. You can also decide to send a community survey for response through our Thought Exchange. That's our system in which we are able to gain feedback from the community, or you as a board can choose to make that change when you'd like. So at this point in time, we're here for your feedback and discussion. I'm going to actually take it back to that slide, just in case there are some discussions. Dr. Knoll, did you want to maybe point out
Yeah, so there's a couple on here that are somewhat significant to us. Lone Star College probably being the most significant because our dual credit courses are through Lone Star. So if we are not aligned with Lone Star, it does create kind of a 2-week gap with Lone Star a little bit on like where we send kids to Lone Star facilities for coursework. Now that's not in the scope of 73,000 plus children, it's not a huge number, but it is just one to pay attention to, that it would impact us. We also just there are a lot of employees of Lone Star College and Sam Houston that live in our school district as well. So really tonight, we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. What we're hoping to get from you tonight is just a decision on what you would like us to do. So that could be nothing, we're good, but move on, no problem, that'd be great, that's fine. It could be gather feedback through all the different means and bring it back to you in January, bring the feedback back to you in January for you to make a decision, or it could be we're ready to make a decision tonight. So any of those are acceptable responses. We would just like to do as you see fit. So
are we aligned with Lone Star currently?
Yes, we are.
We are. And were we last year as well?
I don't have that information in front of me, but I would say yes.
So the calendars are interesting, right? Christmas breaks are one of those things, as the calendar rolls over, there are times when Christmas break looks really clear, and then there are times when it gets kind of goofy. Spring break is the same thing. There are those years where everybody is perfectly aligned. You don't see any of this one week or the other, like everybody, it just made sense for everybody. And then you get to these little years where it gets kind of squirrely, goofy. I don't know what you call it, you want, but so we're just sort of in that spring break weirdness this year.
Dr. Upshaw,
Yes,
question. I know you were unclear as to if they were the same calendar for this year that they are next year, that same week. I'm pretty sure that we're with them on that, but when do they come out with their schedule that they made the change to move their spring break to the following week?
So normally when they come out with their schedule would be around the end of September. So for example, specifically for Lone Star, the schedule came out, I think, the last week of this September. So we wouldn't have known that, at the time of the 2025-2026 calendar.
Is it common for them to swap weeks like this? Because I know we haven't approved a 2-year calendar, or at least to my knowledge, in a
We
while
have not.
or have ever. And I know that some of us were like, why are we doing 2 years on this? So I'm just curious, if it's common for them to switch weeks, and if so, then why would we do a 2-year at the time? Is really my question.
That's great feedback. That's great feedback. It brings us forth with you today. Yes, go ahead.
I did reach out to the Lone Star contact there, and I did find out, so this is just interesting information, they always tie in their spring break to March 15th. That's what goes to Dr. Knoll's mention about this just being an odd year because 15th is on a Sunday, right? And so that's where it's like, depending on where they want it to land. So then next year it should be easier to predict where they're gonna land. So you see some of them, Sam Houston said the same thing, but they ended up adding it the next week. So, they did the same thing, right? The 15th. And then Blinn was another contact, but they chose the previous week. So that's just a nod to Dr. Knoll's comment about it being in the middle. That was one of the things that made it kind of different.
So we're just finding out that they schedule it around the 15th? We didn't know that before? Okay.
I just wanted to point out too that it looks like Klein ISD and Spring ISD are aligned with Lone Star College, and they also have dual credit courses. So it does seem like it would be prudent if we did the same thing.
I just want to reiterate what Ms. Nelson said, that we had not in the past adopted a 2-year calendar, and I would advise against doing this moving forward because, at least knowing that is helpful, knowing that they wrap their spring break around the 15th, and that's great feedback. Had we known, maybe we could have avoided this. But that being said, because we did adopt a 2-year calendar, I would like more time to maybe go through and let that January district level planning committee meeting happen and maybe get some additional feedback, give us some more time to look at this.
I would actually like to push it along just because, push it along tonight because parents, I mean, I don't know about all parents. I am not a planner, whereas my husband is here, he knows that, but many families are. And sometimes people plan things a year ahead, and they are already looking into this calendar, even for Christmas break or spring break. Well, Christmas break will be the same, but for spring break, sometimes people have that already planned, booking a place or going to visit family or whatever it may be. So I would actually prefer that we push this along sooner than later.
Well,
I
I do
agree
have
with
another
Trustee
question.
Nelson.
I have another question because of that spring break in March of 26 falling in that week of the 9th through the 13th. I believe we went ahead and made a April 3rd through 6th long weekend, right? So that was determined based on spring break being a little earlier. So is that going to have an impact on that April, having such a short window of time in between the spring break being moved out a week?
I believe that's Easter. Is that Easter?
It is.
All right, so we would, yeah, that wouldn't, we
It's
wouldn't,
always-
we
so
wouldn't
that
touch
would be
that. Yeah,
standard.
we would not touch Easter.
It would just be the move of the week. Trustee Duncan, yes.
I think the district level planning committee could also benefit from knowing that 15th of March is always the window for the neighboring colleges. That might be helpful to know going forward in the planning of this.
Yes, ma'am.
Although I will point out that it'll be a while, but then again, we'll be faced with it being close to that Saturday, Sunday
We will,
again, and
yeah.
we won't know which way they're gonna fall on
And
it.
we should just do 1 year.
And it doesn't
Yes.
have to be
So-
perfect, like, if you can go back to the list, you know, Cy-Fair is also a Lone Star College school district as well as Tomball, so and they're not on the same. So, and we've had years where we have not been with them as well, so it's not a fatal flaw to a calendar, but it's just something to note.
So do we foresee any other issues with the way that this schedule is laid out for the 25-26 calendar
No,
that would
ma'am.
need to be addressed?
No, ma'am, just the actual spring break week that we wanted to bring forward to you.
Then I'm fine with moving forward.
Just to reiterate, I'm sorry.
That's okay, go right ahead.
Another point that, you know, Dr. Knoll mentioned, that holiday winter break also has a lot to do with it, because when you think about when the spring breaks land for the surrounding areas, we also like to have pretty even 9 weeks. So if you look at our 9-week schedule, right, you know, we're starting later in the 9 weeks. Like, for example, we're coming back the 6th in January, so we'd like to have both 9 weeks balance. So that was also something that was indicated by our district level committee because of the way that the spring break landed. So I'm just kind of giving you some of that information and that background of how they landed here.
So
But of
they'll
course
wrap
it's
up in 9 weeks and then head into spring break if we
currently
change
right
it.
currently right now they wrap up in 9 weeks, and then when spring break comes back we'll have 10 weeks. So we'll just change it. That means that before spring break it'll be 10 weeks, and then when we wrap up from spring break we'll have 9. But normally that what also has an indicator of where sometimes spring break lands has a lot to do when we come back from winter break. In other years, sometimes we come back the 3rd, because when that lands is always something that, depending how that calendar falls.
Dr. Upshaw, is there any way you can move, can you move that March?
Actually, we can if Ms. Blakelock just goes to the slide and takes the, right here? There?
Perfect.
There we go.
Great.
No, we have
Okay.
it. We have it.
Okay. I was just wanting to see August.
You
Thank
bet.
you.
Oh, of course.
Do you mind, Trustee Duncan,
Go
if I
ahead.
say something while you're looking at that? Dr. Upshaw, I'm just going to jump on the bandwagon here. There were 3 of us that were begging you all not to adopt a 2-year calendar in January. I think it was a year ago. And we said not only did that take action away from future board members to weigh in on something that would involve them, but it was one of those issues that we just sat there saying we don't know that component of those. And there are other universities, major ones, that a lot of our students attend that are going to be on opposite ones if we don't move it. But we're also now possibly, the excuse we were given, or the reasoning behind what we were given for adopting the 2-year, was because there's a lot of work and effort that goes into planning a calendar. So we were hoping to save on that time, and we are still saving some time on it. But the other selling point that was told to us was that families could make long-term plans for travel. And Now we're looking and possibly take advantage of discounts on travel for their spring break. And now we as a board, the three of us that sat here going, no, let's not do 2 years, we're the ones left sitting here having to make a decision that could potentially impact the pocketbooks of parents in our district. And that makes me very unhappy and uncomfortable in making this decision. I would rather we had waited and only done 1 year, and I wish that we had this information. I mean, I guess hindsight is 2020. I just want us to all learn from this so that we can take that information and move forward. Yeah, we didn't have any idea which way some of the universities would go on it, which was, to me, a good indication of why we should have waited. So,
thank you.
Can you flip one forward? I want to clear one thing up on the chart, just so that we are clear. Sam Houston should be in the 9 through 13 list. So they should live there. So we got transposed there. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that Sam Houston is in the 9 to 13. So it truly is this is truly a weird deal, right? Half of the people that we would normally be with are in one, half the people we would normally be with are in the other.
I'm personally a little uncomfortable not getting feedback to see how this could affect families for reasons like Trustee Odenweiler stated that they might have already booked vacations, that they might have already planned. I know that we say we want to move ahead, but having friends and families that have already planned trips, I think it would be beneficial. I'd like to know. I like the idea of a later spring break personally. I just like it warmer outside. But I don't know why other people might have made their plans. So I would like some sort of community feedback.
I also lean towards feedback.
Well, and we have time, right? What on an annual basis, we would approve this typically in January, February?
On a January board. There have been some years, but very few where we have come and made a decision in February.
So with that in mind, that was my initial thought earlier in saying that we could push it out.
Yes, so we have, prior to probably the last 3 or 4 years, we always did this in February. And so we moved it to January about the last 3 or 4 years for giving people opportunity to plan. So certainly you do as you all see fit, but if you approved it in January, that's the same time you would have approved it if we didn't already have a calendar. So you won't be late, but you could have people that have already made a plan, but you won't be late, but it's however you all see fit.
There was some feedback on the 2-year calendar, and some people were happy because of those reasons, that they could go ahead and
they were.
plan their
no doubt.
trip.
I mean,
I have a child in dual credit, so
yeah.
She would not be very happy if she had to stay home
Right.
for spring break to attend her dual credit.
Well, she wouldn't have to do that. No, if we're on separate calendars, it doesn't mean that they don't get spring break. That's not how it works. It just creates a little
I know,
impact.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm agnostic on the dates. Does the district have a preference on which one they would prefer?
I don't know, we haven't taken a poll.
I was about to say, they don't want to be the ones on the record saying this.
No, I'll go on the record and say I'm pro spring break.
Yeah. Can we have one, please?
You want to do both? We'll work it out. No, I don't.
2 weeks of spring break, guys.
I think I could absolutely argue either one and feel like it would be appropriate.
Would we do a survey of some sort?
We could, yeah. So if we
get some
choose not to take action tonight, what we would do would be put it out for survey, which is always
Could we
fun.
do it where everybody receives it, like everybody in the district gets an email? It's not like on social media, that where every parent has access to make maybe one vote, and just keep it very concise. Like we're only looking at these two, one or the other.
Yeah, I'm sure we can. We typically send an end of the semester email, kind of like holiday wishes type thing. We could include something on that.
If we're gonna wait too, could we also maybe put an asterisk on it so people know that it's possible it might change?
Yeah, we'll put some verbiage to say it is a possibility, so it does give a heads up. Like if you want to hedge your bets, now would be the time to do it. Book another week or whatever, and then you could always cancel a month later. But we can do that, whatever you all wish.
I understand the desire to move forward on it, but I also, because we're the ones sitting here now, have to clean up, when they clean up batter here. I'm just going to say, I'd be open to giving it time to ask parents, at least until the January meeting.
Well, especially because we didn't do this till January in the past, so.
Well, and even
fair.
as far out as February, like Dr. Knoll said. So when is that next district level planning committee? When
So
are
the
they
next district level planning committee is January the 15th, which is the week before our board meeting. So we can do as you have asked us to do, is send out a community survey and then give that feedback to our district level committee, and then they can come with recommendations for you.
It's a good timeline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your
Thank y'all
feedback.
so much.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, Dr. Upshaw.
And Dr. Upshaw, thank you for standing there and taking the commentary on it. I know it's not pleasant for us, trust me. All right. That concludes our administration part. I will go ahead and announce that the teaching and learning agenda item 6, teaching and learning, has been moved to the January 7th workshop, where we will be discussing literacy and hearing from Dr. Audrey Young, one of our State Board of Education members for our district and the chair of the SBOE, the State Board of Education Committee on Instruction. So I just think that fits better there, and the trustees have agreed, and we've moved that topic. And that brings us up to planning and construction. Are you all good to go? Do we need a break? Good. Keep rolling. Okay. There you go.
Mr. Foster.
I guess that's planning and construction. Consider and accept as complete the Hope Elementary, Gordon Reed Elementary, Hines Elementary, and Oak Ridge High School overhaul. Mr. Foster.
Good evening, President Odenweiler, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. It's my pleasure to bring forward these projects to be considered as complete, so we can make final payments to the contractor for this work. Our board policy, CV Local, requires that construction projects at $1 million or more come before you before that final acceptance. We, the district, certified that Hope Elementary, Gordon Reed Elementary, Hines Elementary, and the Oak Ridge High School overhaul construction projects are now complete. We've completed our financial review of these projects and can certify that every dollar was spent to the benefit of the district. And this time we're asking for your approval and accept these as complete.
Does anyone have any questions or discussion on this?
I just had one question. What were the actual projects? Trying to understand what you were doing.
So Hope Elementary, Gordon Reed Elementary, and Hines Elementary were both new elementary school campuses from the 2019 bond referendum. So they're new seats. Oak Ridge High School was the first phase of a multi-bond phased master plan overhaul of the Oak Ridge High School campus. And we did a portion of it. We created a road around Oak Ridge High School and eliminated the road through Oak Ridge High School, improved safety, improved the air conditioning, overall performance of the campus, and set ourselves up for what will be the next phase, which is part of the 2023 bond referendum project we're going to bring for approval in the spring semester.
Mr. Foster, I know this is one of my points I bring up at these meetings when we come to this great time of closing out projects, which I love to see doing. I'm looking at the returned allowance and savings again on page 54. There's 0 savings or returns again. And I just can't help, I know that I'm going to come back to one issue on that, but I can't help that the way we bid the projects, I keep asking this question and I keep saying this to you, of telling them what our guaranteed maximum price is, that, hey, we'll pay this much, but not a dime more. Somehow or another, we creep up on that. And then in this project, there was nothing left over. However, that being said, that is a concern of mine. That being said, I know you've explained before that when there's money left over at the end of a project, we will sometimes engage with that contractor that's already there and already working to use the savings to put into other work within the building. But we never, unless I'm missing this, I don't recall us ever seeing where those saved funds were then applied to a project, and it would be really nice, instead of seeing the zero at the end of a project, saying, hey, we had this much savings left and we reinvested it in a project that was a good opportunity for us to save money because we already had a contractor there, we were able to do this, or something, so at least we as a board of trustees know that that extra work was done, and so that our taxpayers know we had the extra work done. They just like to know where their money is going, and I'm spending it, and I like to know where it's going.
Correct.
So.
I mean, in these 4 projects, all this money was spent on these 4 campuses, so it's not like it was spread throughout the district.
Right.
So, but it's important to note over the timeline of these, because they didn't all happen in 1 year. Flex 20, which is Hope Elementary, was the first elementary school of the 2019 bond referendum. So it has been open as a school for a few years. But that was the COVID year, right? So there was all kinds of uncertainty, and can we even get workers? Can we get things done? So there's some expenditures associated with getting that school even just finished. And we've been spending the last, many months and years actually sorting through all those costs to make sure they are legitimate and to the benefit of the district. So when you move forward to Gordon Reed Elementary, that's where we started to see the huge escalations in construction pricing during the course of that project. And then you see the manifestation of that for Hines Elementary. By the time we got to Hines Elementary, we had to be dead on our estimating for the GMP because we were out of escalation at that point. Where Dr. Null and I, when we modeled for the bond committee in 2019, we had escalation for the first 2 years, and then we went flat. We didn't know COVID was going to happen. We didn't know the huge construction escalations were going to take place. So we were actually minding all of our P's and Q's to make sure we could get Hines Elementary finished. While all that was going on, Oak Ridge was also happening, and we had the change in program because the road wasn't part of our original construction plan. So that happened as the project was programming after the budgets were set. So we've actually been working on the Oak Ridge campus to try to find that good stopping point because we essentially plucked the money out of the building to create the road because that was a great safety benefit to the overall community as well as the campus. So we've been navigating a lot of tightrope things that we couldn't do if they were just put the bids out on the street and bid them, so to speak. So across these 4 projects, we didn't expect savings to come back from the contractor's side of the equation.
Mr. Foster?
Yes, ma'am.
Escalating construction costs, do you
Yes.
see that going down anytime soon?
Most things in this world don't go down. We have seen some leveling out, but we are in another period of what appears to be a little bit of increased cost. We're focused right now more on labor than we are on materials. I think material prices, if you've been watching commodity markets recently, have somewhat stabilized. But labor is the big target.
But since the rate of escalation was so exponential during the COVID years, you don't see a decrease happening anytime?
Like I said, there's not a crystal ball that I've been able to touch
You
and
have
put my
one?
hand on. I do, and it hasn't seen a decrease in
seen
price
that.
at this point. But
If it does come up, let us know.
oh,
please.
you will absolutely get to approve those budgets before we go to work. So
Also, you mentioned that about the escalating expenses. Based on the route we do, see 'em at risk, that means that had you not kept those expenses down, we would have been responsible for paying the overage on that.
there is a high likelihood that any contractor who experienced escalations outside of their control to claim what we call force majeure, right? So, and we are fortunate at this point in our history with Conroe ISD projects that force majeure hasn't been part of the conversation. But we have worked together, partnered with our contractors to make sure we get the jobs done acceptably and with great, or at least high value, high transparency.
So had we done them as competitive sealed proposals and done it at, well, we couldn't have done this because we didn't have our plans and everything all ready to go for a competitive sealed approval.
Right, it
But
does change our timeline.
had we done, about 6 months is what I've been researching and finding out from experts out there.
It
But
depends a great deal on what our overall plan for the district is, but I mean, 6
Could
months
be.
is a good start.
Yes, so on a competitive sealed proposal, the contractor was responsible if it went over, because I know this to have happened in multiple school buildings that during that COVID timeframe, construction companies took it in the shorts because of that.
Some did. I mean, we experienced subcontractors that completely went out of business, went bankrupt during this process, right? So it's not uncommon, but if the right legal team were to pursue them, I mean, so that's one interesting thing about the school market, the K-12 market, is there's not a lot of complaints from the contractor side because there's a huge pipeline of our work. I mean, there's many, many billions of K-12 work in Texas. So if you were to upset the apple cart, it puts you on a blacklist very quickly and makes it hard to get other work in the district, or in the state. So it is not, I mean, many people look at it as a return on that take it in the shorts as maybe an investment conversation, but we've also seen contractors take it in the shorts on our jobs. We closed one out last month.
Saying to
I mean,
use.
but that is, I mean, not everybody's a winner. I mean, these, went close. Some, if you saw some of the adjustments that were made on the supervision side in particular, there were many, many thousands of dollars and sometimes hundreds of thousands that we made adjustments on.
I just want to revisit one statement that you made. You said it becomes like a black mark, or you kind of get blacklisted, but it also goes the reverse way. If a construction team comes back and says, hey, this was an extraordinary situation, we know we bid the project at this, and we know we did a competitive sealed proposal, but now we want you to pay more, it also goes against them. So, if another school district won't trust their competitive sealed proposal if they were to come back and come at us, or the school district trying to get more money to help cover that expense. So it goes both ways.
Describing.
Oh, I thought you were saying on us if we were to. No. I'm sorry, you're right.
We hold the goal.
Yes.
We make the rules. I mean,
yes,
that's
you're exactly right. Which
correct.
Is, we are such a. I think sometimes to our detriment, we tend to be so. I don't know the word I'm looking for right now. I want to say honorable, but I don't know that that's it either. But we tend to be so trying to work with everyone, likable and so forth, and get along, that there are times that I feel we could play a little more hardball and
I
get more for our money.
If you interviewed some of the contractors I do this analysis with, they would disagree.
Even with a
statement.
name like, even with a name like Easy.
Y'all see one side of Easy. There's a different side that happens down in that office all month long.
Are there any more discussion?
Just for clarity and transparency, so the three projects from the 2019 bond, Hope, Gordon Reed, and Hines, when did those start?
So Hope, which is Flex School number 20, started in, it was the first project out of the 2019 bond, so it started in 2020.
Okay.
And then they're in numerical order. Gordon Reed was 21, started in 21, and then Hines was 22, started in 22.
So these original contract, it's almost like a fixed rate, right? So it's depending on the market. Like you're taking a gamble and a guess as to what the rate's going to do over the next 3 years when you're coming up with those numbers.
So that's really more on the bond planning side of the equation. So we set the original target budget when we advertise for the bonds. That's where the gamble is, so to speak.
Okay.
Because we measure each of the individual bids at the time based on my crystal ball of what the price could be at the time we were building that project.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to say thank you, Mr. Foster.
You're welcome.
Yes, and for answering the questions. So,
Happy to.
I have a motion to accept as complete Hope Elementary, Gordon Reed Elementary, Hines Elementary, and Oak Ridge High School overall construction projects?
So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor, show by the uplifted hands. Okay, that's all of us. Thank you, and the motion carries. All right.
Ooh, I need my glasses on this one.
Go ahead. We are now at 7B, receive capital improvement update from Mr. Foster.
Indeed. It's my pleasure to bring you an update on our capital improvements we have underway throughout the district. We'll start with what will be our last update for you regarding the, here we go. Our safety and security project, which is from the 2019 bond referendum, was essentially an annual project to touch ultimately every campus in the district and upgrade the fire alarm systems and security systems and the access control and cameras and things like that. So that work the work in the field is essentially done. We're working through this break with the Fire Marshal's Office in Montgomery County to commission the last of those systems that were installed. And that work is on schedule to be completed with the Fire Marshal's Office during the break. So when we come back from the winter break, the project will be 100% done. We'll begin the financial review process in January, and then hopefully bring that analysis and the completion of that project to you for the final completion in the spring semester. But that project is on schedule, happened on budget, and is over. So moving on to Conroe High School, that's the renovation of the Conroe High School project, where our primary scope of the work is that nice, pretty orange dirt area in the middle, where we're actually combining all the individual buildings together to make one contiguous building for Conroe High School. So if you were on the Longmire side of the building, which will be the new front entry when the project is done, you'll see the foundation work for the retaining walls that help us even out the grade level separation from one side of the building to the other, because one of our goals was to minimize the floor transitions across the whole space of that building. So that project is underway. As those foundations get put in, there's more and more dirt work to happen. If you drove out there by it, it's a pretty large scale effort, so there's lots of stuff going on in what looks like a tiny piece of that picture. As you come back through towards 105, you'll see the excavations happening for the expanded parking lot, which will allow us to return the number of parking spaces that Conroe High School needs for the student population that's there. So that process is underway, and we'll be on that campus into 2026. Now at Eisler Elementary, that's Flex School number 24. It's scheduled to open in August of 2025. It is moving along nicely. This is the one that was tracking a little bit behind its sister project, Flex School 25 at Campbell Elementary. As you can see here, and we'll see the comparison picture for Campbell next in the next slide. They are making up that ground as they had promised, as a good contractor would. So you can see the exterior masonry, the roof, and essentially the drying into that building is what's in progress right now. So it is in good shape to open for students in August of 2025. Now at Flex School 25, Campbell Elementary, you can see it's just a tiny bit ahead of Eisler now. They're putting the waterproofing on the same section of the building that we were from perspective. So you can see a comparison of them, and the brickwork, the brick veneer is going on now. The roof is a little bit ahead of Eisler, but again, it's in good shape to open in August of 2025. At Grand Oaks 7, 8, and 9th grade campus, we're vertical with our construction now, and even since this picture was taken, more building slab has been installed. We anticipate all the building slab to be done between now and January, and the building steel is showing up in waves as they install through that building. So what you're seeing is the structure for the athletics portion of the building going up in the upper portion of the picture, and they'll be working their way around following the new building slab as it cures out around it. So it is on schedule and is looking to open for students in January of 2027.
Mr. Foster, can
Yes,
I
ma'am.
ask a question while we're on
You
that
may.
slide so you don't have to go back?
Absolutely.
Do I recall correctly that we opened up that, the entrance coming into the school, or where are we on that as far as access to the parking lot for that?
The extra entrance.
So, so we did connect it to the Grand Oaks High School parking lot, which will serve as the pathway between the two campuses for the majority of the traffic. It passes just underneath the tennis courts, the Grand Oaks High School tennis courts. So that is a full concrete connection between the campuses currently.
But I'm actually talking about the main entrance to the high school. Are we opening that up anytime soon?
You talking about the road connection where the Toll Brothers will connect to our existing driveway on the north side of the softball field?
I think the one we talked about a few months ago?
Yes.
Yes.
Toll Brothers has got some legal paperwork to do with us to set up the easements for it, and they're committed to make that connection, but it has not yet been tied in.
Timeline, you think 6 months or a year?
Within a year for sure. It's not. It's an active part of their development. They haven't given me a schedule on it, but it is. When they open the roads to the public, it would be open to us at that point.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I was curious.
Now at Timber Mill High School, which the building package was approved last month at our board meeting, we've been working since August on the dirt work and clearing. It's a very large site, as you can see here. We're looking from our police department back towards Stockton Junior High in this picture, and so you can see the building pad taking shape and the other work on that site. So it is a long process, but we're going to keep bringing you updates every month. It's currently on schedule, and we'll open it for students in August of 2027. At Conroe High School, our tennis courts. This will be the home of the varsity tennis program for Conroe High School. I mean, it is a tight schedule to deliver in January, but what we've got going right now is the big milestone of having poured the tennis courts themselves. There's 2 curing activities that happen for these tennis courts. One, as a post-tension slab, you have to cure for a period of time before you can actually pull the tension on the tendons that pass through the slab and reinforce it. And then the second cure time is to allow the actual tennis court surface. We are literally within days of having enough cure time to put the tennis court surface down and have it playable when the kids return from the from winter break. And rain's going to be a big hurdle for us, like it rained today. So today was a lost day. So our staff's been working with the tennis coaches to make sure they're understanding where we're going to be at. We know when their first tournament is scheduled at this campus, and we will be finished well in time for that tournament to take place. And we're looking forward to giving them at least a week of practice time before they have a tournament at their home site. But it will be open for tennis in January.
I just want to say, oh, sorry. I wanted to say thank you so much for everyone on this project, making it a priority to get it done, and that quickly. I mean, as quickly as this is happening, 90 days, I mean, it seems like it wasn't that long.
It has been relatively fast.
And I know it's tennis courts, and people go, it's just tennis courts, but there was so much involved in it, and getting that land approval for where we were trying to get it to fit and put it, and so on and so forth. And I just want to say thank you. I'll be sad that they'll maybe have to have some winter practice somewhere before, but at least we're getting this to them for their tennis season. And I just thank you all so much for your work on that.
You're welcome. Now I'm going to move into our critical infrastructure projects. These aren't the flashy good pictures, but we've got lots of work happening at Snyder, Tough, and Collins, where we're currently working at Collins on some interior ADA restroom modifications. And then the contractors mobilized this month on the roofing project for Tough Elementary. Armstrong, Austin, Burnwoods, and Broadway, we've been working through the submittal process, getting the materials lined up and ordered, and the contractors mobilizing on Broadway for their roofing project currently. So that project is also underway. Both of these projects are scheduled to be wrapped up in August of 2025. And this is all scheduled, and we're trying to get products delivered so that we'll do the big disruptive change out over the summers. But they're both set up to finish in August of 25 without issue. Derrickson, Kaufman, Oak Ridge Elementary. Again, this is our critical infrastructure here. We're currently at Derrickson and Kaufman doing roofing projects, and then Oak Ridge Elementary, we're in the process of replacing a boiler that was at the end of its life but failed a little bit early on us. But we're working on those, and they're working well. The contractor there is set up to finish those projects in August as well. At Milam, Houston, and Runyon, they're currently at Milam doing the roofing project there. And again, those Milam, Houston, and Runyon all will be complete when the students return in August of 2025. Now, Knox Junior High, this is a renovation of the entire Knox Junior High campus. We're changing how the admin works, how the library works, refreshing the interior of that campus, doing all the safety and security upgrades there. As we progress through stages of that project, we'll be able to show you some pictures of it. That's why there's a big white space on the paper there. But our contractor's working on the extended parking lots, and they've cleared some sites for the new building sections that are going in. So that process is moving along nicely. We've finished some of our demolition work in the first student section of the building. And so now we're putting those finishes back together to upgrade the first section, and then we'll start doing the building shuffle as we work our way around that building over the course of the next school year and a half or so. But it's scheduled to finish in August of 2026. Now, Buckaloo and Haley and Ford and Creighton, these are our first gym addition projects of the 2023 bond process. At Buckaloo, it's a gym addition and critical infrastructure upgrades. We're changing some classrooms that were displaced because of where the gym had to go on that site. And at Haley, we're actually adding student capacity to that campus. So at Buckaloo, they moved portable buildings to set up the stage for construction over the Thanksgiving break. At Haley, they're moving those portable buildings on that campus during the Christmas break, and the contractor's full presence on the site really begins during the Christmas break. At Creighton, we've also, during the Christmas break, we're going to be moving portables around on that site to set up the areas for construction. And at Ford, we're mobilizing on that site to get the utility and other infrastructure work started there. Again, our same contractor on both of these packages, and they are going to be making their presence known on those sites during the winter break, and then full-on work when we return in January. These projects are both essentially for the full year, so they'll turn over their buildings and renovations for students to use in December of 2025. And that's our update.
And just for, as my favorite line from Mr. McCord is, for the viewing audience, I would like to express to you how much I learned since being elected, and I know all of the Trustee Dungan and Nelson have been too, but it's amazing how much planning goes into acquiring the right equipment that we need for all of our projects, getting it scheduled financially as well as ordered in time, and to coordinate with getting kids on and off campus, and teachers are having to pack up classrooms and all of the things that and campuses have to prepare for it. It is such a difficult and it's a well-oiled machine, orchestra, whatever you want to use to describe it. And it takes everyone's effort, from a classroom teacher all the way on up to y'all. And I just, kudos to everyone that works on these things, because it's a lot of stress, it's a lot of work, and we appreciate it.
Yeah, to use one of the phrases in the office, the juice is worth the squeeze, is something we utter often, because teachers are disrupted. Our process is painful, and we know that, and we try to minimize that pain as much as possible. But I mean, our principals on campus are big cheerleaders to make sure they're behind bought into the process. Changes happen, changes every day when we have weather or any idea that comes up. I mean, a good idea may disrupt the whole process, but we want to make sure those ideas are vetted and incorporated when they benefit. And the classroom teachers, I mean, we couldn't move in without them packing up their stuff, which sounds trivial, but it is absolutely important to what we do.
Could I ask a quick question?
Yes, ma'am.
When I see classroom additions on here, does that mean we're getting any more space?
So Haley and Ford were both called for specific number of seat increases to their student population to help. I mean, because they're essentially chronically in the portable business, is the way we describe it. So we're trying to reduce our dependency on portables at those locations, because the student population doesn't seem to recede enough to get back into the main building. And we've seen the trend long enough that it made sense to plan a full building addition to get additional classroom space there.
About how much more classroom space are we getting?
So Ford and Haley were both called for 100 additional seats. And if you say how many classrooms, it gets weird, because the gym additions move some specials around, so some things got displaced. So the physical brand new spaces outnumber the number of seats we're talking about, but there's displaced programs that those are replacing inside the main building because of the massive change to the inside. But the official capacity increase for Ford and Haley will go up by 100 each.
Great. And then do we have any capacity increase for Buccaloo or Creighton?
There's that project was not called for a capacity increase. I mean, so there's not a capacity increase. We're shuffling programs inside that building.
Okay, I just saw the classroom additions, so wanted to check.
Well, I mean, it's a generic description, because we tried to get geography and other things to get a good big package that had a lot of buying power in it. So we ended up with the same contractor for all 4 campuses by not real chance, but they applied for both of them and actually brought scaled value to both of them. But classroom additions is a generic description. We'd have to go back to the bond descriptions to get the specifics we just talked about.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
No further discussion? Okay, thank you very much.
Problem. You're welcome.
Madam President, can we take a quick break?
I'm so glad she cried uncle, because I needed to take a break. So we are going to take about 10-minute break. Is that good for everyone? And we will adjourn at the time of 7:49. Sorry. We are on item on the agenda 8A, consider and award competitive sealed proposal CSP 25-09-01 for maintenance, repair, and operations job order contract programs to selected vendors and authorize the superintendent to make purchases in accordance with the board policy CV legal facilities construction job order contracts.
President Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. I'm sorry, I just had to make a comment. This guy pro spring break. I loved it. I loved it. Brought forth to you tonight, consider awarding competitive seal proposal, CSP number 25-09-01, for maintenance, repair, and operations job order contract program to the vendors on the attached tabulation. Job order contracting, commonly referred to as JOC, is a procurement method used in maintenance, repair, alteration, renovation, and minor construction. This program provides vital support to the maintenance and technology departments. Vendors provide assistance to these departments by taking on projects that may be larger in scope, time, and resources to allow district personnel that would be dedicated to these projects the ability to continue to support the campuses. Vendors have assisted the district in the recovery efforts from events such as prolonged hard freeze or a hurricane. Major equipment changeouts like chillers and boilers have been performed under this program. And vendors provide support for our portable moves throughout the district by running cabling for network connections and other items such as safe concrete paths for our portables. This JOC program was also instrumental in bringing the district to compliance with Chapter 61 for fence and film installation. Vendors we have under the expiring award were not only able to take on the scope of work, but were in place and under contract when we applied for the grants. The JOC program, which provided a list of vendors that were vetted and approved, prevented delays which would have included issuing a CSP for those specific services. Our bid process included 2 pre-proposal meetings held on site at the Child Nutrition, Custodial, and Maintenance Facility. At these meetings, representatives from Maintenance and Technology Evaluation Committee gave prospective bidders the opportunity to ask questions about the bid. I'd like to thank Mr. Schrader here, our Executive Director of Custodial and Maintenance, who spoke at length on Conroe ISD's expectations for vendors and hit on key points regarding safe schools, quality of work, and dependability. As we continue to experience growth, it is vital that we proactively build support to assist our departments in creating a safe environment for learning, free of distractions that don't take away from instruction. And at this time, we're requesting your approval.
Okay, so in the break, I learned I was doing things in reverse order. So I ask, is there a motion to accept this, let me get to the exact wording, to approve the approving of this JOC contract that has been presented to us?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All right, now we can have discussion. Anyone have any questions or any commentary?
I just wanted to make a comment. Thank you so much for the extra information here and the breakdown. That was very helpful to me.
Yes.
So thank you so much. This is very helpful for a new board member.
I just want to say, if there is any feedback, I don't know the actual right way to do that, but I'm open to any feedback that you have, please.
Well, thank you very
Yes,
much.
ma'am.
So you said that you recently did the vetting of these vendors, correct?
This is actually what I'm asking you for, is this, so whenever we went through and I discussed about the bid process, that was the vetting of the vendors. Mr. Schrader and his team, along with the technology team, were part of that evaluation committee and that vetting process. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so I do have a few questions, one thing that I just want to confirm.
Yes, ma'am.
And not just for me, because I've been doing this now for a few months, but for those that are like me that didn't have and don't have any ideas. So what we're being asked to do at the moment is to approve up to the budgeted, it was budgeted for $15.5 million of ongoing needed maintenance and repairs and things like that that we generally need to do as laid out in the description.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And these projects will be done without coming back to us again for approval. It'll just be that we're now approving it and leaving it for Dr. Null or his designee to handle,
So
correct?
yes, ma'am. So what we do, and just to add to that piece, when we're preparing for bids, and this is before we even decide we're gonna go out for bid, we actually run commodity spend reports and we look at how much we've spent with these vendors. And so, like, for example, that 15.5 million, I believe.
It's
Don't wanna look
approximate,
on my notes, but
15.5.
Thank you. So that also included a lot of the grant projects. So it's like, if you look at that number, I don't know what the number might have been 5 years ago, but this probably feels like a large number. Well, what would happen in 4 years, we would go back and look at the spend for these contracted services, and the estimated spend might be somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 million. I don't know, but I don't anticipate the spend ever really going down like what Mr. Foster said. It's, more schools, more opportunity for maintenance.
Okay, and on that same line, that was including the grant money for the fencing and stuff like that you were referring to?
Yes, ma'am. So what happened was that grant was like a 2-year process. So this is just the FY24 that we run. So there probably was some grant money that was spent because I believe it was 22 was the first year. So it was 22 for the first year. So this is just what was paid to vendors. It could have been some from that 22 project. They were closing out some of it. Could have been some of it from the 23 project.
Okay, so my next question for you is, because it's something that has been asked of me, not directly related to this, but this is a good time for me to ask this question for it to be transparent to the public. Would projects such as what was done on the front foyer, the security and the office space that was done and the little revamping that was done in there, would that be considered part of this, or is this just things that have to do with campuses?
Okay, so we do have 2 JOC programs.
Okay.
Right? This one is purely maintenance, repair, and operations. Mr. Foster does have one that is through the same program, but it is on the JOC and the construction side. And really, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not going to answer that question because I don't know. But Mr. Foster, that was done under his program. I don't know whether that was a bid or that was done under the JOC.
But it wasn't under this
No,
like
ma'am,
type
no,
of
ma'am.
allotted money?
No,
there
we
he
do.
is. There
Sorry.
you go.
Sorry.
So the work at this building, when we redid the front office and what they're doing at HR now, is the very last portion of the safety and security project from the 2019 bond referendum. So it was a called campus in there, but we waited till we were done at all the elementary and the intermediate and junior high and high schools before we started on this building, because we wanted our building to be last, students first. But that was part of a CM at risk construction selection process. So.
When would you use a JOC, easy, in your world? I mean, I think a lot of the examples came from Marshall's. When would you use a JOC in your?
Right, so we've successfully used the JOC program for our kitchen renovation projects that are funded through the Texas Department of Agriculture, mainly because they're federal funds backed program. The federal programs don't recognize CM at risk as a method that they will accept from an audit standpoint. They do accept the JOC as part of their audit process, and it's a great tool. We can still get 3-4 quotes, send them into, and then get that work done and funded through sources that are outside bond, from other funding mechanisms.
Did you need to say something, Mr. Schroeder?
A good example of a larger scale small construction project would have been the Conroe High School. The car went through the wall.
Oh, yes.
That was a JOC program that was completed in about 1.5 to 2 weeks, where we turned it back over to the kids pretty quickly. Some other ones are the chiller replacements, boiler replacements that were awarded. Those are also going through JOC program through awarded vendors.
I would like to say with regard to that, excellent work at the Conroe High School emergency project.
And Mr. Broussard, I want to say, I'm so sorry that we're asking you so many questions that, when this is new for you. And
Yes, ma'am.
But it's so important that we're transparent.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
so when you bring up something that brings up those questions, that's when I'm going to ask it.
Well, and I welcome it. Yeah, the only thing that I will just mention to all 7 of you is I manage a process and I manage compliance. And actually, that's why Mr. Schrader's here. That's why Easy stepped up. I work on the method and keep it compliant. These are the gentlemen that do the work. They're going to tell you how they do it. So you'll probably see more members of our community, because all means all. So they'll be here with me to hit the technical aspects of it.
And one last thing, not related to technically the JOC request here, but I really think that we need to, in one of our workshops, I don't know that it will take a ton of time, I'm not certain, so feedback from y'all will be good. But I think we really need to look at our, or get a better clarity of understanding on our rating system. Because, for instance, it says award criteria figure is based on, when we're trying to make the judgment, the scoring rubric. The award criteria figure is based on a bid adjustment factors.
Yes.
On bid adjustment factors. Okay. What are those factors? So for us to know versus just seeing these arbitrary numbers assigned, that would be phenomenal.
And those are the things I think you're right, on a workshop are probably the best place. To bring those numbers to you in a public forum like this, they haven't been approved by you, and so they're still, on that side. So I know you're not saying that, but I
don't necessarily need the numbers. I mean,
Yes,
someone else might, but I'd like to know what are the criteria? Who's saying what the experience and reputation of the people are? What are those criteria by judging that? How do we know what their safety record is? How do we judge that? And what's that rubric for that? Or is it who makes those decisions? Right. It would just be it seems so abstract to us right now. And so maybe if in case I forget, you reach out to me. If you forget, I'll reach out to you. But so I could kind of get an idea of about how much time it would be to give us that background and that information as trustees. It would be really appreciated, because I'm sitting here each month and I'm approving things and I'm like, okay, but whose experience and reputation? I mean, who's evaluating this experience and reputation based on what? And
yes, ma'am. And like, for example, with these, the safety records were evaluated by Mr. Schrader, the financials were evaluated by Ms. Westrup. And so on those, there is some aspects of it that are just, like you said, the word arbitrary. I don't disagree with that word, but it's really they're drawing on their personal experience to give a rating.
That's good to know.
Yeah, and that's a large portion of it. I think you can also get in the weeds, but you have the letter of the law and the spirit of the law that I always say. And one of the aspects of the spirit of the law is each person gets to make their own opinion when they're evaluating, and that's the true spirit of the law. In some cases, and this is just a personal opinion, when you get too far down in the criteria for each individual one, then why do you have an evaluation committee? Because you're almost making the decision for each of them. So it's a balance.
I agree with that 100%. I just want to make sure I understand the process of what goes into making that decision.
Yes,
so is there any other further discussion on this one? Okay. So we already had the motion. We had the second. Are we ready to vote? All right. All those in favor of approving this, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The vote carries. Motion carries 7-0. All right, moving on to your next one. Next item is 8B, consider an award request for proposal of RFP 25-09-02 fire protection systems, inspection, testing, monitoring, maintenance, and parts to the selected vendors, and authorize the superintendent to make the purchases in accordance with the board policy CH purchasing and acquisition. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second? Ms. Horton, Trustee Horton seconded. Is there any discussion? Oh,
He's
sorry.
got a presentation.
I forgot
Yes,
to ask for the
That's all right.
presentation. I'll get this straight one of these times.
No, don't you worry about it.
I'm comic relief for you.
We're all pro spring break.
Yes, pro spring break. All we have to do now is always say pro spring break.
Pro spring break. So bringing forth the consideration of awarding request for proposal RFP 25-09-02 fire protection systems to the vendors on the attached tabulation. Request for proposal was issued for prospective vendors to provide inspections, testing, monitoring, maintenance, and parts. Annual testing, service of systems, and parts availability are a vital piece of keeping campuses safe and in fire code compliance. Prospective vendors were asked to submit pricing for the inspection of services and systems such as fire alarms, kitchen fire suppression systems, fire sprinklers, bidirectional amplifiers, and emergency responder radio coverage enhancement systems. Inspections vary by system and can consist of semi-annual, annual, and 5-year inspections. Prospective vendors were also asked to provide pricing for parts and equipment, such as fire extinguishers, smoke detectors, strobes, pull stations, flow switches, escutcheons, and other frequently used parts that the life safety team keeps in stock to keep our systems operational and in code compliance. The district also requested vendors provide a shelf or catalog discount for items provided by the vendor but not requested in the RFP. The vendor proposals were evaluated by members of the maintenance leadership team and reviewed by the purchasing department, and at this time we're requesting your approval.
Okay, so do we still have a motion on the table from Trustee Nelson
So moved.
and a second by Trustee Horton? Any discussion? All right, are we ready to vote? All those in favor of approving this motion, this RFP, please show by the raising of your hand. That's all 7, and the motion carries. I promise I'll get this one correct. Item 8C, consider an award request for proposal RFP 25-09-03 for mass communication system and two-way messaging system to AppG Inc. and authorize the superintendent to make the purchase in accordance with the board policy CH purchasing and acquisition, and authorize the superintendent to execute documents necessary to effectuate the transaction. Is there a motion? Oh, did come, presentation. Sorry, presentation.
It's okay. I was waiting for you to look at me.
I know, I'm like, okay, did I do it? And then no.
Tap me in. So, consider awarding, I'm glad we're having a good time.
Oh my gosh.
You're doing great, by the way. I'm sorry, but you're doing great. Consider awarding request for proposal RFP 25-09-03 for mass communication system and two-way messaging system to AppG Inc. Mass communication systems and two-way messaging systems play a crucial role in the communication between various stakeholders in the district, including teachers, parents, principals, and district staff. The mass communication system allows the district and campus administrators to inform parents and employees of significant events, including weather-related information and required notices under Texas Education Code 37.1131 and its implementing regulations. 5 responses were initially received. After completing the preliminary evaluations, the pool of prospective bidders was narrowed down to 3. The purchasing department then reached out to the selected vendors, coordinating and scheduled the presentations. 3 vendors were invited to present their proposals to the communications department, the purchasing department, and the communications principal committee. After the presentations, the group provided feedback to the executive director of communications and communications specialist, who evaluated and scored each proposal. Recommendations for award were prepared by the purchasing department, and at this time we're requesting your approval.
Okay, now do I have a motion to approve this RFP?
Motion.
Do I have a second? Discussion.
I have a question because.
I may be reading this one.
Oh. Sure. So this came up, and you might be familiar, because during our discussion with the audit committee several months back, we were discussing the multitude of apps that are used across campuses. Is this the replacement?
So part of this is a replacement and part of it is something new. So in this presentation tonight, we have our mass communication system, which we currently have a system. We're out of contract, we needed to rebid. But also with the solution is a two-way communication app, which is something that we've never had. And so it's bringing all the communication together to try to achieve that efficiency that we discussed at the audit committee. So that's what this is.
That's what you mean by two-way communication, parent-teacher?
Yes.
On one system?
Yes.
One place, not
Synergy.
One app all together.
You get it.
I do have a question in regards to that as well, because we recently were told we couldn't put off the update of our website any longer.
Yes.
And one of the selling points on it was that it incorporated a communication system through the app, etc.
Yes.
So now we're having that piece and this piece.
This is the same company that we did our website through, so it actually marries the website component and the updates that you can receive through the website, the mass communication that we can send out and principals can send out, and the messages that teachers can send to families and students through the app. It brings it all together with one. With that, when you approved the website platform before, it included those options if we wanted to explore them, but it wasn't part of that approval.
So
Is that
this
an
wasn't
additional
included in the
cost?
cost, additional cost? Same question.
Of the previous item,
That's
correct. It was not
separate.
included in the cost, it was not included in that approval. It includes a social media aspect of it before, but it did not include the mass communication system.
What is the way that teachers are using to communicate to parents now? Is it an app that they're using? I can't remember the name
Can I
of
plead
it.
the fifth on that one?
Okay, Trustee Dr. is
Medford,
going to share her
there's a
experience.
Well, I'm
million-
just asking, is this going to take the place of it?
That is our desire.
Okay, and so what are we doing with the old contract? Is that just expired, or?
There is no old contract as far as two-way messaging systems. The contract we have right now for the mass communication system, which, School Messenger, I don't know if that helps by putting a name to it. We're on a year-to-year, and so we just would not renew after this year, and we would step right into this contract.
Dr. Medford, can you explain what we're currently doing, be
Well,
it
before we
coaches or
go
band
on-
directors or teachers or?
Before
And-
we go on, I do want to ask the question, because I'm almost, when did we approve the website discussion? When was the website upgrade approved? Does anyone recall?
August.
Okay, I'm almost certain, I'm gonna go back to look at that, but I'm almost certain that was one of the only reasons why I was in favor of spending the money at that time, is that we were including a communication component in it, and it was part of the price.
It includes an app with it. It does, the website does. With
Okay.
these two items tonight, they add their services to
Okay.
that app, so it's all together.
Thank you very much.
Well, right now, especially those of you with high school, junior high students, depending on what sponsor, right? It might be GroupMe or Remind or Doge, right? There's all these different ways as teachers and sponsors get out information. So what we want to do is use this to protect our parents, our students, our teachers, everyone, to where communication's in one place, where you as a parent can see the communication back and forth. Everything's in one place instead of having these different apps happening depending on however many students you have and how many different organizations you have. You have to manage all of those different systems. So that's the positive for this on the school side for this.
Can I ask, are these group messages where a parent would be, or a teacher would be with all the parents in one group? Like, is that gonna be too much to keep up with from, a teacher standpoint?
So this platform actually allows teachers to set office hours. So parents can initiate communication with the teacher, but then they'll be informed of when the office hours are. So teacher can, much like teachers select when they're going to check their email and respond to parents, this messaging system would allow that. And as far as the teacher can send a message like, just a reminder, field trip forms are due tomorrow, to all of the parents. And then when the parents respond, it is singularly back to the teacher. So it's not creating opportunities for group conversation.
Can
Does that
set
be
their
a correct
office hours?
representation, Russ?
I'm in them right now. And I'm
Russ,
like,
is that a
get
correct
out,
representation?
please. I shouldn't
Okay.
say that publicly.
Is there any level of oversight or safety concerns from this, like privacy information or anything like that?
They would adhere to all of our technology standards, and they would sign all the data protection agreements that we have. And honestly, we feel like it'll enhance safety, because then we'll be able to have
Streamline
access.
it.
We'll be able
Yeah.
to streamline it, but then if we need to go back and see what was said somewhere, we can.
Yeah, we will have access to all the communications, where now in these different platforms, we may not have access to them, but
Got it.
if it's all in this, we would have access, which
So you can audit
we,
everything
right,
that's
we should be able to
being
have,
said.
go back and pull anything, yes.
And
Will
when
there
is
be,
this implemented? Sorry.
Will there
So-
be a direct, sorry, oh, go ahead. I didn't hear.
So
Okay, hold on one second. Trustee May.
When will this be implemented?
So our desire would be to implement it so it's ready to go at the start of this school year. If approved tonight, we would immediately begin working with the team. And we're actually in a really unique place, because we're about to start the website trainings and transitions, and because it's all the same platform, we could potentially bundle it and be more efficient with our trainings on these platforms. Part of this proposal does include a training package for the two-way communication, because we would be looking at training like 5,000 people. And so they would include that, but we believe it's important for teachers to have a grasp and for parents to be aware before the start of a school year, which is what we'd be efforting toward.
Thank you. Was there any survey done to ask teachers if they're in favor of this app, or to get feedback, or have we tried it? Has there been a trial period?
So over the past year and a half, 2 years, we've actually conducted a variety of focus groups. Our first focus group included some coaches and fine arts individuals. There are some principals in this room that have participated in the first round, and also district administrators. And then when we were because initially we thought we might be able to work with a particular solution, and it did not. So then we regrouped, went out with this RFP, and we pulled together additional groups to get feedback. The majority of our feedback comes from principals and administrators. I can tell you, based on the number of emails we receive, teachers are looking for something, and in the absence of us providing something, they find other solutions. Teachers are very resourceful. And so we didn't specifically have a teacher focus group. We've had teachers and feedback, and then with administrators and everybody through all of our other focus group processes.
Trustee Summer?
Will there be a directive that everybody uses just this app so it minimizes everything, or will it be an option?
It'll be expectation.
Yes, we will roll it. That's why we need the time to train, so that we can roll out, so we can make sure everyone has time to learn it, understand it, and that we have the chance to communicate. As there's so many, as she mentioned, 5,000 or so, but this is what we will use. We want one resource, one option, again, protect everybody.
Is this technology sort of the standard or the norm in other ISDs of our size?
I think it's become more of the norm. There are a handful of well-known platforms out there, and this is one of the top 3. This one, when we set out to do our communication system RFPs several years ago, some of these companies didn't even exist, and so it's really exciting to see things. This particular company was designed by teachers. It was written. They didn't buy a company and change up what they did. They built it from the ground up, and they're very responsive. I can tell you right now, working with them on the website has been a delight with how supportive they are, and customer support was one of the biggest things we were looking for. You mentioned the evaluation. Our other was support and training with that, because we know a district our size, with the magnitude of this, we're going to need that.
Thank you.
I just want to say I'm very excited to hear this. I was wondering, would it also, you mentioned parents, would it also include student groups?
Yes. And of course, there would always be a staff member. Students cannot create a group of students within the app. Parents cannot create a group of parents within the app. It all has to be centered on a personnel, and then there's a verification process to get you linked up. There's all this rostering, so much fun technology syncing, but it's a process that is used in multiple companies to sync everything up with the class rosters.
Will this replace Sign Up Genius?
Potentially. This does have a forms feature, I believe. Is that correct, Russ? I just want to commend Russ. He has been researching all of these products, and he has just been so diligent in that. And so I look to him to make sure that I'm not confusing it with something else. But there is a form feature which could potentially erase Sign Up Genius and really just make it a one-stop shop.
And I want to thank y'all. This is huge. We did discuss this at, not nauseum, but at length in the audit committee. This was something that, like she said, there's feedback from parents, board members, the teachers. I know teachers just at our elementary, this is going to be big to streamline the communication. So I'm very excited. Thank y'all for working hard on this.
And you said this is less work for teachers, correct?
They're already doing it, so really this is kind of pulling it together and saying this is an approved channel. So instead of everybody finding their own, and it's also going to be more efficient for principals, because one thing that happens now with kind of the disparate systems that we have out there. If a teacher's out, a principal can't necessarily go in and support with that communication because they don't have access to it. But through this channel, we'll be able to go in, and at the district level, we can drill down, we can do tiers of permission so that really, hopefully, we're all going to have that greater synergy.
I have a question along those lines. It's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but teachers, when they communicate with a parent, they also have to document it and view it. Is that correct? They're basically having to duplicate efforts. Is that correct?
So everybody kind of has a different level of what's documented. Would every conversation have to be documented? I would say
Not
no.
every,
Yeah, but there are definitely times that it needs to be in the system, so that part of it is, as an administrator, when I was a principal, I didn't have to go bother you or bug you in your classroom or after school. I could just easily log into our system and then see that this communication has happened and have that conversation with the parent. And the parent gets timely feedback and the teacher doesn't have to stop what they're doing. So there's that, we just professional judgment on when it needs to be, right, so everybody can see it who has, the grade level AP and the principal that can see it. The parent also then can see that in parent access. So it's just really transparent about what's going on and what's been communicated. So
would this save the teacher having to document it if we have the ability to see the communications and audit that, or would they still have to document?
So I would say it's more of a formal this would be field trips and more informal communication. When we talk about documenting it within our system, those are really events that we want to memorialize and remember so that everybody's on the same page. So I see those as two different. This is more of a convenience feature. Bring your field trip form. We have Grinch Day tomorrow. Those types of things versus the system. When you hear teachers talking about documented, those are usually parent had a concern about grades or discipline or something that everybody wants to be on the same page about. So
okay. So they wouldn't necessarily be using the app for those topics.
I would say those would be more informal.
Okay.
So I have a couple of questions real quickly. We've done the website.
Yes.
With this company.
Yes.
It comes with the app.
Yes.
Now we're adding in two-way messaging.
Yes.
Are we getting a bundle pricing? What kind of discount did we receive? Expectations of a discount, especially I know just because we're a bigger district doesn't mean that we don't have, there's work that comes with it, but we are a bigger district.
I don't want to brag, but I think you'd be really proud of my bargaining skills. I start with, yeah, but we're public education. And, we do have a little bit of leverage. So I believe we're getting about a $30,000 current customer discount I need to go back and look at the other, but there is a significant discount included in the quote. Let me see. We are getting a $20,000 discount on the mass communication system because we're currently a customer. And then the rooms, which is what the two-way messaging system is called, that one is very much on par with what the other companies kind of offer, for the type of service we're getting. So there isn't a direct discount applied to that, but there is to the mass communication system.
But we should have gotten one because we're a current member or in client, and we are adding on to our bundle.
I have no shame in going back and asking for a bigger discount.
Is this based on our enrollment, or is this based on the actual usage?
So what happens when they quote you based on students, and you're usually locked in for a 5-year time.
Okay.
For rooms, we're quoted based on the number of teacher accounts and things because there's a lot of rostering and management with that. And so
say if half our parents engaged in this app, we're still paying for the full enrollment?
The teacher would still be
using it because it would be how it's set up for the classroom. It doesn't lessen the workload in establishing the classroom and rostering things. That's generally how, and then it's
I'm just talking about dollars though. So if we have 74,000 students and 35,000 parents utilize the app, are we still paying for 74,000 students, or is it usage?
If it's built into our contract, we would, I believe. So that was actually one of the topics they touched on when they came and did the vendor presentations, and the company we're selecting has one of the highest engage rates at 90%. In the districts that have rolled out this system.
That's really high.
It's very high.
Yeah.
And so we feel that people might latch onto it pretty well.
If I'm understanding correctly, the expense comes from the rostering side, the building of that side, which is the teacher not the teacher work, but the teacher side or student side of it.
Yes.
It doesn't have anything, even if not one parent interacted with it, we would just know it wasn't we would know that's a contract we shouldn't have made.
So the mass communication system is based off of our student enrollment. That's what the quote is, but the rooms is based off of the number of staff members.
Okay.
Right.
So that's kind of the difference.
90% is really high.
That's high.
I mean, very high.
Wouldn't that be amazing to have everybody communicating 90% the same
I mean,
area?
Huge.
So do we have the budget for this? Karen.
Tag, you're up.
Yes, we do have a budget. The product that we were looking to replace, School Messenger, if we were going to go back with that product, I believe the quote they got was $108,000. This is slightly higher, but a couple of years ago, we put a line item in our budget specifically for software purchases because we were seeing it district-wide. Renewals were going up. We were getting unanticipated rising costs. So we put a line item in there just for these types of things. So we do have a budgeted line item that will cover this additional cost.
Any grants or allotments or anything that will help with this?
I mean, not at this time, but I mean,
I'm not aware of it.
yeah.
And the quote for our current mass, I just wanted to, the numbers. So our current mass communication system would come in quoting us just a few $100s shorter than the quote from the company we're proposing tonight for just the mass communication side, not including the implementation fee. There's a $9,500 transition fee, but aside from that, it's just a few $100s difference from our current solution. Rooms is a totally new to us software system.
And that was, how much was the rooms part?
Rooms is $148,000.
Okay, that makes up that difference, because if the messaging contract that we wouldn't be renewing is $108,000 and we're only a few hundred, did you say few thousand, few hundred?
So our contract this year for our communication system is right at 73, because our previous contract ended last year. It was $69,750, and now that we're on a year-to-year, they did a 5% increase. But all of that was based on a student enrollment of 58,000 students. Isn't that so cute? So now that everybody knows how many kids we have and they can rebid it, everything has been rebid at a much higher rate. So our current solution came in at a bid at over 98,000, which is right there with the 99.
Right, the 98, 108.
Yes.
Okay.
Right on that. So you're asking for approval for 5 years, or?
We're asking for approval for an amount for the first year and then the ability to renew. That's typically how the contracts go. We can renew for up to 5 years, and then there's some terms if we decide to back out. Is that correct, Ms. Clem?
So we can try it the first year and see how we're liking it before we
Typically
renew.
with the amount of work going into bringing systems like this on, more than a year is usually needed for people to adopt and to become familiar with it. And the amount of work on the back end usually is given more than a year for people to try it out. But I believe, to your point, to answer it very plainly, I think that there would be terms that if we decided this wasn't for us, we could find our way out of it.
Well, I mean, and it says that in the information we have. It says this will set the cost for the first year at $293,500 and at $247,000 for 4 additional one-year terms. And it says through December of 25 unless either party terminates the relationship at the end of any term. So
Correct.
we do have that ability if, I mean, based on what's written here, I'm not looking at the contract, but, and Dr. Knowles over there saying yes, yes. So I think that's his way of saying, any more questions? Thank you all very much. I think we're ready to vote on this issue. Okay, RFP 250903. If you're in favor of approving this, please raise your hand. That's 7-0 approval.
Can I just thank you all for your approval, first of all, but I want to thank Brian and his team in finance, and I want to thank Russ for all of his work with researching and, you know, the behind-the-scenes work to make sure that you're educated to know what is out there is immense. And then I also want to thank members of our review committee. I see you, Tammy Eldridge, right there. You were one of them. Buddy Bush has been there, and so many others that I can't see. So just thank you, everybody, because this truly is a solution for everyone, we hope.
We heard several trustees up here saying yes, so that's a good thing. At least you had their buy-in too.
Thank you.
Not just a vote. All right, we are now on to item number 9, Business Finance A, receive financial reports from Ms. Garza.
Good evening, President Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. It is my pleasure to provide you with our financial update as of November 30, 2024. It's coming. Allow her a minute to celebrate.
Thank you for trying to make me feel better with all my mess ups.
All right, the first statement this evening is the balance sheet. Presented here is the general fund, the debt service fund, child nutrition, and self-funded insurance. This shows the district's assets, liabilities, and fund balance for each of these funds. Next statement is our year-to-date income statement for those same funds. This shows the district's revenue and expenditures year-to-date through November 30th. This is our bond referendum status update. These are all the numbers behind all the projects that Mr. Foster shared with you this evening. As you can see, the majority of them are well underway. We have expended $329.1 million, either encumbered or expended life to date of the bond. We have sold $595 million. We are projected to go to market with our second sale the week we return from Christmas break in an amount of $600 million for that second sale. So projects are well underway. Our self-funded insurance update, it's been a rough start for the plan year so far. We are running a deficit of $1.6 million for the year. We are early in the year. Some of this could be attributed to claims from summer months when teachers are off, making their way through the system. This is something we will be keeping a close eye on in the coming months as utilization in the plan has picked up. But like I said, it's early in the plan year. We have a very healthy fund balance. Not that we want to use it all, but just keep that in mind as we go. And things could change, you know, drastically from month to month. So. But a rough start for the plan year. Then our investments as of November 30th, our par value at $791 million. The pools are yielding 4.89%, and then our combined portfolio is at 4.85, compared to our benchmark, the 90-day T-bill, at 4.36. And that's our update.
Any questions? Any questions? I do have a quick one. You actually kind of alluded to it or made the statement to it on first of all, on the insurance, the self-funding.
Yes.
Is this unusual that we're this, $1 million down in it?
This is, well, compared to last year, yes, but I went back 2 years ago and we were actually in worse shape 2 years ago. So, you know, it just depends. We try to predict a lot of things, but something you can't predict is the health of our participants. So we'll just have to wait and see kind of how the year unfolds. And we're starting discussions already for plan design changes for next year, just based on what we're seeing. So we'll be working through that process over the next couple of months and bring that information to you in the spring. And then depending on how this plays out, some of that could play into decisions we make, you know, as far as the plan goes for next year. So.
And we would just, if we had to, we would end up having to go to our fund balance?
This year, that is correct.
Okay.
But it's a separate fund balance for the health plan
Right.
rather than our general fund balance.
This is completely separate from the general fund, yes.
Thank you for clarifying that. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Ms.
Mhm.
Garza.
Thank you.
All right, moving forward, at first I thought that the board was about to give our staff a Christmas gift by moving our executive session to the very end and moving legal forward, and we were going to say to you all, with Dr. Knoll's approval, that you all could go home when we went to executive session, but he says it's only like 6 minutes. He says it's not going to be long, so we're moving executive session still forward. Item 9, not executive session, legal section, which is actually 12. We're moving it forward right now, and we'll go to executive session at the end. So item 12, legal A, consider and approve purchase of a 4.63 acre parcel in the Oak Ridge feeder zone and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute documents necessary to effectuate the transaction. Do I have a presentation or information?
All I would say is we've discussed it previously. I think Trustee Duncan got to see the site.
I want to give a
Emmett, you
shout
give
out
us
to
a little
Mr.
report on
Foster
that,
for
maybe?
allowing me to tag along. It was a very interesting field trip, and it was nice to get to see the property.
And not that I'm an ag girl, but I understand the site is particularly lovely for an ag barn. It's got a lot of
There are
facility.
very accommodating features,
Yes.
I would agree.
If I can maybe give a little bit of clarification. So we have had a long-term relationship with the Otwell family.
Hold on, do we have to do a motion first before we
we
start
can.
discussion?
You all are not discussing.
Okay, just want to make sure.
I'm just sharing more information. This is more presentation type information. But we've had a landowner in the area that we worked with the county to lease property, and I just want to express our thanks to that family for allowing us to use that site for many years. That's a relationship that is, while it's been ongoing, it's kind of coming to an end, and it's a time for them to recoup their land. And so we have sought out this opportunity to find a more permanent home for that ag barn that serves Oak Ridge and Grand Oak. So that is just to kind of catch everyone up on the purpose of this piece of property is to become a permanent home because our previous site is not property that we owned. So this would be bringing a permanent home for that facility.
Okay, so we'll begin by taking a motion. Do I have a motion to approve the purchase of the 4.63 acre parcel in the Oak Ridge feeder zone and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute documents necessary to effectuate the transaction? Do I have a motion?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the purchase of an approximately 4.63 acre tract of land located in the Oak Ridge feeder zone and authorize the superintendent to complete any remaining negotiations and execute the documents necessary to effectuate the purchase.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there discussion?
Yeah, I had just a couple things I think it's important that we clarify. One of the issues that was concerning to me was the timing of and Dr. Knoll and I discussed it also, Mr. Foster, but it was a little unclear as to the timeline that we were looking at. And one of my biggest concerns was that this particular property included frontage, which I have an older daughter who's done FFA, and the FFA barns is something they don't require as frontage. And in real estate, frontage costs more. So really want to be fiscally responsible here and making sure that we're making a good decision. So given the fact that there really was no real timeline, it was something I was leaning toward as maybe a wait and see till we could find another piece of property that wasn't frontage. I do understand there's a barn on this property, which gives it an increasing amount of value. So that definitely makes it more attractive. And then as things sort of unfolded, now there actually is a timeline, correct? And what is the timeline now that we need to make a move on?
As we understand it, that they would prefer that perhaps by the end of this school year that we have another solution in place.
That's a very nice way of saying it. We prefer you
Yes,
have
ma'am.
another
Yes,
solution. So that was really a concern for me. I know land is definitely not something that is openly and readily available, particularly in the Oak Ridge, Grand Oaks feeder zone. So this was something I was on the fence about, just because, I just think that the frontage is, you're paying a lot more for frontage. So, and also I was concerned about the safety of the animals? Is this something, you know, that they're gonna, you know, hear horns honking in traffic and things like that? So, yeah, I was definitely on the fence about this.
There is definitely, there's frontage, but it's not on a major thoroughfare. You know, it's on a 2-lane road. There are certainly pluses and minuses to any piece of property, right? I think the pluses to this piece of property of all that we're considering, one is it is the closest to being central to the students in which it will serve. Like, it's closer to the Grand Oaks feeder than some of the others, including the current facility is further away. As you mentioned, the barn is a big plus, especially with the time crunch.
Do you have an age or anything on the barn, a survey? Is it a pole barn?
I will defer to, I have
we
never
have
been
any-
there. Driven
I
by
did not
it many
have the
times.
pleasure of touring
I've driven
it.
by. I've never. Yes.
You saw the barn? Yeah, I mean, it is a structure. I mean, it's not a package like we would build today, like we're going to build for the Conroe Center.
What's the age of it, and is it a pole barn or?
Well, it's a steel pole barn.
Okay.
Right, so it's not. I don't know have an exact age of it.
Steel lasts a little longer.
It does,
It's
but
very well built.
Do you know? You don't know the age of it though.
So part of this process is to effectuate the sale of
Survey.
the contract. That starts with a feasibility period.
Mhm.
So this isn't, I mean, this is a commitment to buy, but we've got a period of time to check it out, kick the tires, test the ground, shake the building, make sure it is suitable for our needs.
Okay.
So, and that we're asking for that process to start now, because that will slow down the entire planning cycle by about 90 days. And it's required on all of our transactions. Anytime we would buy land, we would have a feasibility period, but part of our goal is over the break to take it out for a test drive effectively and make sure it is what we need.
And just for transparency, one of the questions I asked you guys was in the bond that, you know, the ag barn renovation for this particular property was in Prop C, but the land purchase was something that we didn't account for. It was sort of something that we were surprised by. So we're using the land purchase in Prop A, correct?
Yes, ma'am. So in Prop A, we had $50 million for land for school facilities. So the land purchase would come from that, and then we have money in Prop C that will help us to improve that property.
I think it's helpful to, because
Yes.
I mean, I personally thought it was all in C, and I thought, oh, we only set aside $3 million, and we're already at 2, and so
Correct.
I thought that was helpful to make sure that.
And it was you know, this is a bit of a change from what we anticipated when we were going through the bond process, but part of that is the way that we operate with bond funds is to make sure that we never invest bond funds into a property, an item, or anything that we can't enjoy the full life of that item longer than the bond money that we put in it. And so we can't commit bond funds on a piece of property that we don't have a long-term commitment to stay there.
And we do not have a contract of any sort on this, just an MOU from an MOU of an MOU, correct? There's really something that's not.
I think that's accurate.
Concrete
Yeah,
in any
there was
way. That's accurate?
the landowner had an MOU with the county, then we had an MOU with the county, but that's been long. It's been more of an understanding over time. So for us to invest an amount of money there, long term is not really an option, especially with bond funds. It comes with a lot of legal requirements of how those funds are used. So if we're going to invest bond funds, we need to own that property and know that it's a long-term asset for the school district.
When you are talking about frontage, I'm just looking at the map here. You're talking about Robinson Road there. Okay, and so if we didn't have that and we've got these students pulling the trailers and stuff, would they still be able to access it? Would they be okay accessing the property?
Talking about
if we didn't have the road and the frontage that was going to the property?
So this particular property is an all or nothing transaction. So we couldn't parcel out the front and keep the back because it's physically not deep enough. There's a drainage channel, which is an asset directly behind it, and the road on the front, which in this case is an asset too. It's a well-maintained road that is traveled by a lot of people, so there's a lot of eyes on it, which is a safety thing that makes our program more visible. So when students are there, there's lots of eyeballs that can see what's going on that site. So we feel like the road here would actually be a benefit because we can create some separation between student vehicles and animals and things like that. So there's
that's
lots
what
of
I was
opportunity.
wondering, because I was wondering how, sometimes if you get a piece of land that's far back, it's hard to get your trailer and everything down the road to get
And
to
the
the.
geometry in this one doesn't really give us many options there.
Okay.
And the circle driveway is negotiable?
Yes, ma'am.
I did have another question, but I don't see Tally here.
Tally's behind me.
Oh,
There
hi.
you go.
You've been hiding behind her all along, and then
just
she
too
popped up
tall.
like a little jack in the box. Oh, could you please come talk to us?
I could.
Thank
Any day.
you.
How can I help
Hi.
you? Hi, how are
I
you?
can't believe I didn't know that you were here. You literally were like a jack in the box.
I
the way you
was.
just
I was
popped
just
up like
waiting
that.
for my turn to
Yay.
share all the
Okay.
amazing things about our ag
wonderful.
facilities.
What are your thoughts on like the frontage and the animals and all of those things?
So
I know that's your.
I think some of the key factors, one of the biggest is it's the neutral location. Like I
Mhm.
literally drove it, just number one, it's 6 miles from Grand Oaks.
Mhm.
It's 2.5 miles from Oak Ridge. It makes it about 15 minutes for a student. I think that's an
Mhm.
extremely safe road. We have teenagers driving.
Mhm.
We have a lot of traffic.
Mhm.
But the other thing is allows us to network our facility. So we use a network system just as we do in our high schools. So we can easily network because it's right there on Robinson Road.
Okay.
It has wonderful fencing. That is a great asset for us. It's already there.
Okay.
Along with the ability for us to set our barns back away from Robinson Road, but still create that very wonderful, inviting environment to our ag facility.
Okay.
We use our ag facility for several different events throughout the year
Mhm.
that are CISD joined. We hold ag in the classroom a lot, where they go in and they learn about different components of the agriculture FFA with parent meetings.
Mhm.
We also do Christmas at the barn, where people from the community tour our facilities and things of that nature. We've done a lot of different events, and then they all come together in a hub.
Mhm.
And so this actual property allows a lot of the wonderful things that have been happening at Otwell to still continue.
Okay.
So it has a lot of great infrastructure already in place,
Mhm.
especially for our beef cattle. When we talk about our breeding heifers, that's a very large population at
Mhm.
Grand Oaks and Oak Ridge.
Okay.
And so we have a Longhorn program there that is completely supported through the NASA Longhorns.
Mhm.
That is wonderful in scholarships and things, and that
Wonderful.
happens from that facility.
I know when you say frontage, we're not talking I-45 or anything, but as far as like the peacefulness for the animals, is there an element of sound that is something you're not particularly fond of, or does this not bother you too much?
No, I think, and if you knew where our other facilities were, they all kind of house themselves in the
I'm
culture.
familiar with your Woodlands
of the-
barn, very much
what
so,
we
but
refer
it's
to
very
as
quiet.
Booty,
And yes.
B-U-D-D-E.
Yes,
Dr.
that
Knoll
one.
reminds me.
Yes, right.
And so all of them have
But
an
that one's
element.
quiet. That one's like kind of tucked away, and it seems pretty remote.
It does, but except it does have the other football field in front of it.
Mhm.
So they all kind of fit within their culture
Okay.
of the community that they went in.
Okay.
I do not, but I've had other school barns that are on the actual site of a high school.
Okay.
So I've seen all of that across the state of Texas.
Okay.
They can cultivate just about in whatever environment we create safe for number one for kids and for the livestock.
Okay.
So we can create that very blessed place no matter what.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're here.
Yeah. I'm just excited to build barns if you'll.
I bet you are. I bet you are.
I have a few questions, but I think they're either more for Ms. Galatas or for Mr. Foster. But thank you very much. Does
welcome.
anyone have any other
Thank you,
questions?
Ms. Talley.
She can be right there for us. I'm a little concerned that we're now all of a sudden in a timeline crunch. I'm not sure where to look on this one.
We are too.
And we went out just a year ago on this on this bond, and we assumed that we were going to have this agreement with these other people. Did we not check with the current location for a long-term plan with them before we went out for the bond, so that we were clear with our taxpayers that were voting on this, that we would have to buy land, possibility of buying land, that we wouldn't have it for 20 years? The people we're currently leasing from would have had to have agreed to 20 years because that's the life of the bond, right?
25.
25.
Yes.
Okay, so 25 years, and now a year later we're finding out they're saying, thank you, but no thank you, you need to leave. did we have an agreement with, I mean, obviously we didn't have a contract.
We did not have a contract with them. There was never a discussion prior to the bond that they would ever expect us to leave. So, no, we did not have a contract in place. We should have. It would have been great if we had. It wouldn't have changed the total out. It would have changed the way we packaged the bond.
But the numbers would have remained.
Yes, the numbers, we wouldn't have changed numbers anywhere because what we committed was the amount of money for the Oak Ridge Grand Oaks barn, which is the same amount of money we committed to the Woodlands College Park barn. So it would have been nice to have known that.
Yeah. Typically, when you lease something, though, there's an end to the
yes,
terms.
no doubt.
And to not know
Absolutely.
that feels kind of weird.
As we've talked about, this was an arrangement of convenience, not one necessarily of sound long-term planning when it was created. For the longest time in Conroe ISD, we had one barn, and we didn't have funds to go all out and have a second barn. And
Isn't estate planning, or is there an estate or a will or something in this situation? Is there an attorney involved?
there's a current landowner that I think is considering what may happen to his land when he is gone and his children
so there's some element
control
of
his
estate planning.
land. Yeah, I think is really more so. It's still in the original landowner's.
Well, typically that's usually with an attorney that does that for you. So I'm just curious why, like, they didn't think eminent domain or anything like that.
Yeah,
I'm just curious.
I don't know that there's been an attorney involved. It's really been just our conversations with the current landowner
Just
and
having
his
thoughts
hesitation,
about
I
it.
guess, as he considers his family's future on that property.
I'm still just blown away that we didn't think to lock in with them, or we didn't take actions to lock in with them for 25, knowing we were about to build on something with a 25-year bond money tied up in it. So that's a little alarming to me. One of my other questions or thoughts on this is I know you said we haven't done an evaluation of the barn as far as its value, et cetera, that's there.
Well, I've done some preliminary estimates based on, because we're actively pricing, and we approved last month ag barns, so we're very familiar with the current market. And we would put, like, if we recreated that footprint, it's worth about $700,000 to what we would build in its place. So it has some significant value to us. That the property is appraised currently as a commercial property, where all the structures are from a commercial standpoint, would go away for the next developer to come in there and build it. Just for reference sake, the property next door by the same is under contract for essentially what we're under contract for. It has nothing on it, straight commercial property. So we're feeling like we're getting really good value where the structures are there. Tally and I looked at the house. Even though we need to modify it a little bit to make it a commercial
I really want to keep Grandma's house.
There is some significant vision that CTE can put into that structure and use it just like it is, with a little bit of modifications to make it safe for school institutional use. The barn that's in the back behind the house, it's really we get more. I was excited about the big barn. Tally's excited about the little barn in the house too. So the fencing, everything there. It's a great opportunity for us to take the $3 million that we had set aside for renovations and actually create a space for both high schools and a new site.
Did you say that? Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead.
So did you say the barn is your estimate's about 700, or the barn and the house together?
No, the barn. What we would build for a 10,000 square foot barn structure on a slab like that would cost us in the neighborhood of $700,000. So that's where I derive that value.
And even if we take the $700,000 number out of the price of this property, it's still, as far as price per acre, it still seems a little high. And frontage is frontage, I understand that, but it's not frontage like frontage of Rayford or 45.
But it is a commercial area, so all the properties up and down Robinson Road, once you get out of the Imperial Oaks neighborhood, it's all business. So the neighbor next door is a welding shop, and the one down the street's a mechanic shop, and then there's a set of storage buildings across the channels. There's storage buildings. So this is a commercial property, and it has commercial utilities accessible to it directly at the property line. So everything we need to be a commercial or institutional facility exists around it. So if we looked at a more residential property further off the road, we would be having to bring those utilities to our site.
Okay.
And they exist here because it's in a commercial zone.
Okay, and then I was looking through here, I could swear I saw something in the contract about brokers' percentages
Yeah,
and fees.
there's commissions at the end, but
3
they
and 3.
come, they're
I
paid.
know, I was looking for
Yeah,
it so I
they're-
could refer to it.
It's
for-
3 and 3.
Thank
Right,
you.
and they're paid by the seller out of the purchase price.
They're paid for by the seller
Out of the purchase price, yes,
for both sides?
correct. It's on the,
Because
like page 7.
I just want to make sure we're not paying a fee for a brokerage, because all we did was put in the area and we found properties on our own phones. So I'm like, just making sure we're as a district not paying a finder fee for it.
Correct. I mean, in all of our transactions, not just this one, we try to avoid paying broker's fees and agent fees whenever we can. I mean,
Okay,
Ms. Gladys, myself, our real estate attorney, Brett Beatty, we do a lot of transactions where we don't engage a broker. In this particular instance, we were on a relatively short timetable. We did call a broker that's worked with us in the past that said, hey, here's our parameters, please go find me something. And this is one of those properties that
I
came
think
up
that's
in
the
that search.
concern. We didn't know that we were on a relatively short timetable.
Oh, agreed, it is a concern, and it's not like we didn't talk to Mr. Otwell. We've been talking to him for a year. It came time to ratify things, and it got real fast, essentially, is what happened. And
Have we
here
used
are.
that same agent in the past, Brian Roberts?
Yeah, he's closed several deals for us in the
He
last.
has.
He's been working with my department for probably about 5 years. And
Okay.
in that 5 years, he's only closed, I think, 3 deals with us, so. But
I mean, for me, it was just the frontage problem that I just don't like paying extra money for. However, given the new time frame that we have, before I knew the time frame, I was willing to, quite honestly, leaning toward waiting because I felt like something else might come up, given that, it could be 10 years, it could be, we just didn't know. But now
Right.
that there's a new time frame on it,
I would
I'm ready
tend to
to-
agree, I mean, but we also still have to go through a design process, another bidding process, another approval process in order to get a project on the ground. And if, in our current timetable, we're gonna truncate it as best we can, but we're probably back here in front of you in April-ish,
Yeah.
maybe May, to get an approval of construction. And the fair, if the fairs really are the event that triggers the end of the school year, that's April, May. I mean, so
Yeah.
we will be starting on the solution by the time we're still gonna have to work out some things to make sure
Just-
we make the transition.
And this is sort of a side note, but at some point, can we please go through all of the properties that we're leasing to make sure that we have a contract and an end date so this doesn't happen in the future going forward?
I'm certain we can.
Yeah, and we have cleaned up the other two that are county-owned, we have that done.
there's
I
an
think you
actual
just did one for like 99 years or something
Yeah, so
like that.
the two,
The county fair.
with both the Woodland site and then what will be the Conroe, Caney Creek, Timber Mills site, we just re-upped with the county. Commissioners Court approved
Yeah, I
that.
believe they're on 40-year terms, and I think those are the only two properties we lease, actually, so.
I agree.
I will tell you, I had real reservations about approving this because I was like, wait, first we had no concern of timeline, now we have a timeline concern, and then I was worried about the broker fees. I was there were a number of things that were coming to me, and you've answered a lot of those questions for me. What I do have a couple of questions since there's the barn that is there, the piece that is there, that means that we can save on what we would have to invest. We don't necessarily need to put the full $3 million in, is that correct?
So, I mean, just to kind of give you perspective on that $3 million, the Otwell facility was originally developed to house Oak Ridge High School. As we've evolved as a school district, we added Grand Oaks High School to it. So that's really, we were looking to expand Otwell to match Grand Oaks
To
High School.
renovate
That's
it,
where
yeah.
the $3 million comes into play.
Will
So-
that go into renovating this barn?
Correct. I
Okay.
mean, renovating this barn, adding another barn, so that we will end up with something we can serve both high schools out of with a full facility, not a step into a.
So we're not anticipating any, quote, extra funds here that might be able to help some of the other ag barns or anything, if that was doable?
Well, last
all in
month
the
we
prop.
approved the improvements of the other ag barns. I mean, so those.
Yeah,
those
but that's
ships
what I
are
was saying, it
moving away
would
from the
leave
dock.
more money for those improvements.
But we shouldn't need more money for those
Okay.
improvements. We've designed them, we've
Okay.
verified them with with
that
Sally's
answered my
department, correct.
question.
And then I just had one other quick question, and it was about the CTE allotment.
Mhm.
I know we discussed that on the phone, but could you just give us a brief overview of the CTE allotment and how we could possibly use it on stuff like this? But
So
if you could-
I think, just to make sure for clarification, I think we're referencing our weighted funding that we receive. So for CTE, when you receive funding, and we're going to talk state funding, that is a per pupil seat. So our students physically sit in a seat, similar to special education, bilingual, and we receive a weighted funding based on the level of the course. And so that ranges from 1.1 to 1.37. And so we have increased our seat counts and over the years. So we receive about 55% to generate. It must be generated back into the program. We are blessed in Conroe ISD that we actually spend a larger percentage into CT because we do believe in the assets and the things that come for kids.
Absolutely.
And so we do have some flexibility. We actually sustain the upkeep of the facilities through that allotment, because this is part of our animal science program. It's part of our TEKS, ties directly into the TEKS of our courses in agriculture. And so we do support it through that allotment. Yes,
I know I know technically you can use some of the allotment towards things like this, but it sounds like we are really investing in our students more so than other things.
We 100%. We try our very, very best to put it back into the classroom with consumables, ensuring they're in industry equipment to get their industry-based certifications. So, but this allotment, for one, our allotment in our state funds can always go for what's better for students in current technical education. And so we have a good balance, though.
You know I'm an ag fan. You know that.
I do, and I know your daughter well, and she's an exceptional young lady that's going to come back and teach agriculture for us. So.
All right.
That'd be great.
So we, and back to that funding piece, I know we've talked about these things before, because of its, I would say high profile location, but it's in a place where people drive by.
Yeah.
Naming rights could be something that could be
I'd love to
considered.
see something like that, too,
Additionally, just, sponsorships and things could bring funds to a facility like that through signage.
I'm always the
There's a lot of,
fundraiser.
yeah,
I'm
there's a
always
lot
thinking
of,
that.
I think there's a lot of
Let's start selling some bricks.
future
Come on.
things that could happen because of its location and visibility. So.
And the infrastructure has some really key elements for safety. It has a corral. It has some moving pens and things that allow, as our yearlings come into the facility that are already there, that we wouldn't typically have to put in our infrastructure. There's a gentleman over here, the one that always talks about for the viewing audience. He really likes the Tifton 85 that's on it, the grass.
know what that is.
It has good roots.
Did you say grass?
It is grass. It's got good grass structure.
Wow.
So
How about that fencing?
yeah.
All welded
Fencing?
steel pipe. Very good.
In case you didn't know, in addition to being an expert on rezoning, Mr. McCord is also a cattle rancher in his spare time, so he does know this stuff pretty well, indeed.
Well,
Out you like that, but
I appreciate it.
I
'cause
felt the
know
need to
I
explain
was-
why you're so familiar with the grass. I just thought that was important.
That's good to know.
The grass
I
was
appreciate all
green.
the question taking from me. I know it was a lot, so I appreciate it.
The
I'm glad
grass
I'm
is
The grass was
greener.
literally green.
Yeah. Wow.
But the grass is greener in the new ag barn.
You do not realize the extreme excitement of building agriculture facilities in CISD.
As a former 4-H'er, I have a great appreciation for the existing structure and for the extensive land on the other side where there's a lot of room for potential on that property. Again, I didn't even look at the small barn, so I may have to go back.
It does. Has some quarantining opportunities. We have that. We've had that with other animals, and so just build some really good infrastructure for us. So.
Any more discussion?
Thank you.
You're
All right,
welcome.
all those in favor of approving the purchase of the 4.63 acre parcel in the Oak Ridge feeder zone and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the documents necessary to effectuate the transaction, please show your approval. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All 7. The motion carries.
Thank you all very much.
We love you.
And thank you, because now we have we will own, assuming everything goes through, we will own it and have some continuity going forward.
How many ag barns do we have, just so I, as a new person?
We currently have 2. We have approval to build a third. So this will be replacing one of our 2 that we own. We'll be building a third one in Conroe. Yeah, hallelujah.
What was the total amount that we put into the bond for ag?
For ag?
For clarification purposes,
Yeah.
I just wanted to get that on the record.
I think it was 17 million total all in. That was design and construction. So we've allocated that. Like last month we approved approximately 11 million total, 7.7 for the Conroe Center and 3 point change for the
renovations.
For the renovation, and then this would be the additional that.
Roughly 6 left.
Total for construction should be about 14 million when it's all said and done.
But the land comes out of A.
The land is coming out of A, so that's
Correct.
50, and you said 50 million was allotted for land?
That's what we'd had a land fund as a line item in the bond. Total
Yeah, 17, you're correct, 17 million for ag barns total.
With 6 remaining, based on what we've already approved.
Right, but the 17 would be all in designed, built, and then outfitted for use, so.
For this facility?
Total, for all 3 of them together.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we're on to item 12, legal. B, discuss nomination of qualified candidates to the 2025-2026 Montgomery County Central Appraisal District Board of Directors. We've made this a discussion item versus taking action this evening. We could have taken action tonight, but we wanted to open this to being transparent and seeking all who might be interested in serving their community in this capacity. If you are interested in serving on the MCAD Board of Directors, please submit via email to the board by the end of the week your contact information and a short bio, along with your qualifications and why you would like to serve in this capacity, and the trustees will consider all nominations for consideration, all desires for consideration. We must choose our 5 by January 7th at our special meeting and workshop. But that being said, I know there are some that came with some topics they wanted to discuss tonight. Is there any discussion on this, or do you all want to wait to see what comes in and discuss? I know we have some that I know you've talked with some. I know I've talked with some. I know we had someone submit.
Yeah, if you could just explain the process, I think that'd be helpful, because it could be quite confusing.
Well, this is new. Do you want to
That
take,
would be great.
being as it's legal?
I mean, feel free to jump in. So yeah, this is new. Prior, the taxing jurisdictions selected all 5 members to the MCAD board, but legislation during the 88th session expanded the board to 9 members. 3 of them are, not 9. 3 of them are elected at large by the voters within the taxing jurisdictions, and then 5 still are appointed by the taxing jurisdictions themselves, if that makes sense. And so it's changed, and then there's a staggered term now too, and so it's going to be, I think we'll be doing this every year for the next 3 years to get the staggered terms going, and the timing is off a little bit too, because these people will get sworn in sometime in March, a date to be determined yet. So it's getting the cycle going. And so what'll happen once you make your nominations, we'll get a ballot back along with the number of votes that are allocated to Conroe ISD to vote, and it's based on the size of our tax base, or the number of votes allocated to us. And we have always had enough, I think, Dr. Knoll, for 2 or 3.
Typically, if you kind of been able to work the math right, you all can almost control like 3 seats, really. Just if you, depending on how you choose to allocate. So you may nominate 5. It does not obligate you to cast votes for 5. You could choose to put all your votes into one person. I wouldn't recommend it, because you'd be minimizing your votes. You can spread out a little more than that.
Go ahead.
Well, one of the things that I know transpired in February or March of last year, when we had to vote on these positions, there were some that were already had received, even if they were someone we supported, they had already received enough votes from Commissioners Court.
Absolutely. No
So
waste your
that when they
votes.
came for us, we didn't need to place votes there, we could place votes elsewhere.
100%.
And so that goes back to this. One of the reasons why I did ask for permission to make this I say permission because I don't just unilaterally make these decisions, but to make this discussion is because we are the biggest vote casting and taxing entity. And to me, we represent the people, and we needed this to be public and in bringing the opportunity for the people we represent to put their names forward. And so that we didn't have this experience the last time. We just were handed some bios and some names, and we didn't get an opportunity to talk with these people that we were going to nominate to represent or cast votes for to represent us. We didn't even, I don't even know if we nominated. Did we nominate last year, Dr. Knoll, in December? Yes, we did. Yes. I know we voted, but I didn't know that we made the nomination. So anyway, my desire was we represent the people that sent us here. I thought we should take a moment to, even though it's fast, because this is very fast, I'm saying you've got till Friday, but please, if you're interested, send us your information.
So could you clarify how people are supposed to send their information?
If they go to the board website, there's contacts for us there, and they can send it to any one of us. And
so just email it to us.
Just email it to us. Your name, your contact information, your short bio, and why you want to serve, and your qualifications. And the reason I'm asking for that is we should consider all possible nominations. I mean, all possible candidates before we nominate. So, and that gives us a chance to then reach out and ask them questions, talk to them, and then when we nominate, we're nominating our most qualified people.
Ms. Gladys, could you also just lay it out? I know it's slightly confusing. So we went from 5 to 9. This now we'll be having 9 total, but now some are voted upon by the public. Correct. 2 seats.
3.
So
actually 3. 3
so
seats.
when we submit our 5 nominations, it then goes into a pot where 3 will be nominated by the public. Then it'll come back to the voting entities.
No. So the 3
Yeah,
that
so
are
please
on the
explain that.
ballot, like in, I think they were on in May, weren't they, I believe, and.
Oh,
those
they've already
got
been
elected.
voted upon. Yeah,
they're
okay.
voted on, they're
Okay.
done. And
Okay.
then, so there could be 20 people on the ballot that you guys are gonna cast your
Yes.
1,000+ votes, divvy them up.
Okay.
You just have to decide when we get the ballot.
So we bring 5. Is there one more that someone else is bringing? Another?
Every taxing jurisdiction can nominate candidates.
Okay.
So, in the past, I think Dr. Miller's been like 10
Yeah,
or
so
so names.
every
Okay.
taxing entity will get the same opportunity as you to
And
make
then-
nominations. So then those will all be compiled into one document, and then you will receive that document, which is the official candidates. And it might be 20 people,
And
probably won't be. But
And then if you could just describe the strategy behind the voting day and
Yeah.
the day that we'll have
let him do
our, yeah.
And the other thing too is you don't have to nominate 5. There's gonna be 5 that are elected. You might nominate 2 people that you think are great, and you're gonna cast.
But the election or whatever is January 17th, correct?
That's when we have to have it turned in.
Oh,
Y'all
it's
are gonna
okay.
vote on the 7th. We're
You-
gonna
you
But
and-
other people will be voting before us, correct?
Potentially, yes. So
That's
we
what I'm
could
trying to-
know, you
Wait,
can know the
hold on.
strategy.
We're making nominations on January 7th.
Right. And then-
However, the voting won't begin. We will vote on January, the ballots will be cast. It's not until later.
January 14th is when I say you have to put, because I think they
Yes, we have to have the nominations in by
Nominations.
then, but not the voting.
Right, the voting won't happen till, I
Yes,
think, in
that's what I was
February.
saying.
So
Correct.
which voting entities will vote before us?
No, I think.
The Commissioners Court.
And-
They did already. They made their nominations
And they're
already.
the only ones that will have voted before us?
We have to vote at the January meeting,
We
correct?
have to vote at the January 14th meeting. So they'll nominate January 7th, because I have to have those, wait.
We don't
that's
have a
right.
January 14th
Oh,
meeting.
Then maybe it's February 14th. I
It's
bet.
February
Yes.
14th meeting. It's February, that's what I remember.
And so I think that's pretty close to the deadline to cast ballots.
Yes.
So you'll know.
And we'll know
likely.
the candidate, because everyone will have already voted, but yet we still have the bulk.
Our meeting's not till February 18th. What is the deadline for voting?
The ballots are gonna be mailed on or about February 14th, so hopefully we'll have it by the 18th.
Will we
because
be
there's
the
a super
last
quick
ones to
turn.
vote?
You could be.
Okay,
Well,
that's what I'm.
You might be the first. If the ballots aren't gonna go out to the
Okay.
14th, And our board meeting's on what'd you say, Dr.?
That's the fun
The
part.
18th. When are they due back, does it
They
say?
are due back.
And we apologize, but this is all new for us too.
Yeah,
So
this
the whole,
is
like,
right.
Well, and
we're
in
just.
fairness to you, Dr.
Yeah,
Knoll, you
yeah.
said to me that when I was,
Right.
I'm like, we have 1 week to do this?
Right.
And you're like, people really haven't paid that much
Yeah.
attention to this in the past.
Yeah, it's
So I
tough
thank
to-
you for,
Listed in the letter.
It's not listed? Okay. Well, one option could be, I mean, based on what the feedback is, if we have a meeting on February 18th, if we stay on the current cycle, like if we were gonna have a March 4th meeting, if that's before the deadline, which we just don't know yet, then you could push your vote there. Like, that may allow you to get your vote later.
Can you keep us posted as
Yeah.
to how
We-
that starts to unfold? So
absolutely.
we can.
we actually need to
Plan it.
not just keep posted, we need to
Well, here's
find
the-
out.
Yeah, and here's the thing, so we'll either have to kind of monitor when people are voting.
Right.
In the past, I could call and ask, and they would tell me who voted for what. I don't know if it's.
Last year, I know that when we went to, when we were casting our votes and we were sitting here talking about it, we already knew people had enough votes. And I know for a fact that time, I can't speak that it would be this time because just like the spring break dates change, the Commissioners Court was before us. And they were this time as well. They voted on, or they made their nominations last week.
Okay.
They nominated last week because they didn't want to take a chance on January, something happening, and it would have been too late for them to do it. So I'm suspecting because they meet more, well, now we're doing two a month.
Yeah.
There's, the odds are that they'll go before us. but-
And then just for clarity, so we can give 5 names, but there's like a points system where we don't have to give all of our points and spread it out
correct.
between
can
5.
spread it
We
out.
can put it all in 3.
And
So that's
Cor-
why I'm wondering.
Correct. So I like to
where it all
oversimplify,
falls.
and I don't know the numbers, but let me just
Yeah.
for simplification's sake. Let's
Thank
say
you.
you get 1,500 votes.
Right.
Okay. You could choose to give 300 votes to 5 people.
Mm-hmm.
You could choose to give 500 votes to 3 people. You could choose to give 1,500 votes to 1.
That's why I was wondering
Right.
when the others
yeah.
would vote.
Yeah.
So we
So
know how
yeah,
many
then
points
you'll
we-
know.
yeah.
But also based on that math, once you start to see them come in, you can kind of figure out like what's a number that's going to trigger somebody to make the top 5. You know,
Right.
maybe it's 700, and
Yeah.
it's a guaranteed in. And so you might go, somebody else we like is already in.
Yeah.
We want to just do 750 to these 2 because that's basically going to guarantee they're in, and now we know. Like, so you just kind of play that math.
Yeah.
And just for the sake of our new board members too, I don't really know what the MCAD board does. Okay, like they can't, they can't go and change people's appraisal, all the things. But what I can tell you, why is MCAD important to us? If y'all remember back to the summer, we failed our property value study. That means MCAD undervalued properties to such a level that the state of Texas rejected their property value study. When they rejected that property value study, that put, Karen, 20, 30,
Yes.
what was it?
It was a large amount.
30 million. It put $30 million of state funding at risk for us. So we have to have people on that board that are level-headed, that are going to make sure that things are done the right way and the property is properly assessed. Because if it comes in too low again and we fail another property value study, that's $30 million in funding we lose. So it's like so you are selecting people that you can trust and believe in are going to make sure that study passes. Like, first and foremost, that's the number, in my opinion, that's the number one thing you're making sure is there's never going to be a point where you're having to call the people that you place on that board and say, you just cost us $30 million.
Well, it's not just that. We want people in there that are qualified not to just make things good for us, but that are doing that understand and are doing the right things there. Not just getting our property values low or whatever. It needs to be real. It needs to be right. And yes, I'd like my property values reduced. And my property just went up, not just the house, but the property itself. And so, but the point is, it's not so much, yes, it matters what happens to us, but it needs to be done in a real, an ethical and clear understanding of what they're evaluating and doing over there. So, because directly it affects the taxpayers and what we do. It affects all the people of the district. So, any other discussion? Or does anyone, I know this will be y'all's first, it's really our first time too, just so you know, so. All right, then we'll move forward. Item C, discuss, review, and approval by the Board of Trustees of the district's counseling resource list. Trustee Duncan, as this was a topic you brought to the agenda,
Yes.
I'll have you open us in discussion.
Thank you. I would actually like to make a motion that we make counseling provider information, including responses to the district's resource list application, forward-facing on the CISD website's counseling services page. Dr. Knoll,
Well, we have to have a second.
I second.
Okay, now we can have discussion, Trustee Duncan.
I want to thank Dr. Knoll for providing me with the current district application for the counseling services. I didn't realize that we had that. That changed my whole perspective. And I do agree with your suggestion, and I know the entire board received the suggestion from Dr. Knoll that we have this application that is completed by any counseling service provider that is added to our, it's not a recommended list, but it is a resource that parents can access on our website to see what counseling providers are in our area or in the greater Houston area. Currently, the application that is completed annually, I believe, right, Dr. Knoll?
They complete it when they get on the list. We probably need to go to a cycle, especially when we're going to go forward facing. We'll probably do an annual update to make sure that everything's still accurate.
Okay, so once the service provider completes that application and sends it back to our counseling department, those results would now be forward-facing, meaning they would be published on the website in addition to just what the list is now is just a list of links that take you to that particular provider's website. Now we could somehow put those forward-facing answers on our website so parents would see that when they're looking for resources for their child, and they would know exactly what that particular provider offers.
I really was appreciative of you bringing this forward, because when I went to look, you didn't know anything about those people on that were offering their services, and by being able to be able to see forward-facing, Dr. Knoll, the information that the service provider has filled out, that helps parents be able to go through the list of we're not establishing values, we're not establishing a list of people we're recommending, we're providing a resource, and parents can see what has been, how payments can be made, what insurance is taken, all of those things being forward-facing. However, thank you for providing us with the one that you provided to Dr. Knoll and the one that we currently have. And there's a lot of, I could see the need for an update on this form, this survey, whatever we're going to call it. There's some things on the district's one that I think would be good to add to yours. And there were some things that I marked on, going back and forth between them both.
If you're okay with it, but perhaps, if you all have feelings, if you want to start with the one we currently have, if you want to send me maybe like ideas of what you would change, we can create, because we need, knowing it's going to be forward facing, we need to do some work on the one we have. We already know that.
Yes.
So we can take your suggestions, we can rebuild it, and then I can share it with you all to make sure that it looks right. And then once we feel good about it, we can send it out to the providers and then start that process.
Do you mean how it's categorized, or what do you mean?
Really, it's the information piece, and there's valuable information on there. I think first and foremost, in my opinion, I guess, is the most valuable information is who takes what insurance and payment, because some may take Medicaid, or some may take may volunteer some services. There may be a variety of things. That's a really useful tool.
Absolutely.
That you know, you could go to a provider's website, it might take you 30 minutes to find that,
Exactly.
and we could have it right there in front of you, it'd be really helpful.
May I ask that you
Yeah.
do the reverse, though? Would you start with trustee Dungan's survey and then allow us to add things from the current one? Because I think there's a lot more on trustee Dungan's that I would end up having to add more
That's fine.
versus to take from the survey that you all have
No
currently
problem.
and just add it to hers.
Yeah, and
I mean,
we're gonna
that's
need
just
to,
me.
we're
That
gonna
was
need to
gonna be
play
my
with, we're gonna need to
suggestion.
play with it a little bit too, like, I don't wanna make promises that we can't keep, so but we will try to work through and see if there's ways that we can compile and build these, you know, I don't know, we have really smart technology people, but, you know, is there a way to go in and say, like, if I'm Blue Cross Blue Shield, can I just see the list of people that might take that? I won't make a promise on
no,
that,
that's
but.
not what, I'm so sorry, that
Yeah,
wasn't what I meant.
No, I know what you
okay,
meant.
good.
I understood what you meant, but I'm just talking about how, once we get this information, how we can package it that might be helpful.
better
We will have to play, and part of it might be, there might be something that we do now, and then once we get the new website, Sarah's I can feel her, hearing me say this, but, once we have the new website, we may also gain some capabilities through that we don't currently have. So but absolutely, we can take off with it if that's what you'd like us to do.
And that was my intention, is just creating more value, producing more value to what the resource that we already have in place. If we can bring value to that for parents, ease of use for parents, then I think that just makes it a more valuable asset.
And it lets
To be-
parents be able, oh, so sorry.
Oh, to be clear, where does this list go? Who is it offered to?
So when parents come in, maybe they're in crisis or they need help, they may, you know, oftentimes in many of our communities, all of our communities, the school is the place that has answers. And so when parents don't know where to turn, they turn to the school. So they may come to the counselor and say, we need help with our child, you know, can you recommend where we can get help? And we refer people to this. This is the list of all the people that are, you know, offering services in our community. You know, and I think I know I had a conversation with a couple of y'all, but there are there's some work we can probably do in categorizing too, because there are some organizations on there that are more home-based organizations that might make sense to be categorized either at the top or just, you know, together. You know, like Tri-County is a big conglomerate that is a giant resource for a lot of things, right? It's not an individual provider. So to categorize those and maybe put them at the top as a, you know, because if you're in that spot and you don't know where to turn, the list is useful, but the list is also overwhelming. Like, thank you, you just gave me a list of 400 people and I don't know what to do. So if we can maybe just at least put some of those big ones at the top, and we're not placing judgment on who's better, who's not, but it's just it's a home base.
It's a valuable resource.
Yes.
And if you put like mosaics at the top, because it's a navigation resource, or Tri-County, like agencies that people could call and they could help direct them as well, I think that might be better placed, because right now it's like 5 pages.
But I think that, I think it's really valuable. I actually am almost not necessarily in favor of that, because I think that it does by natural actions, people are going to click on the first one as far as whatever it, you know, or the first 5 or whatever, and not go much further. I'd rather it be, if you're going to categorize, I just would, personally, I'd rather us just have the resource out there with the forward-facing information and let them decide who to click on and who to go to. I think if we start, and it would have to be, I guess, then alphabetical,
It is alphabetical currently.
and to me, I'm afraid that one of your concerns was opening ourselves up for legal action. To me, if you just do it alphabetical, you give them the information. You know, we specialize in eating disorders or whatever is already there. If we specialize in suicidal, you know, thoughts or whatever, the information is there for parents to be able to navigate and go through. Right now, they don't have anything to navigate, and I could see where what Trustee Semler was just saying would be a valuable option to have, but they can now
But it's
see.
categorized now, so I was just saying move the category to the
No, it's not, it's actually not categorized right now. It's just an alphabetical list. It does ask them in the survey.
No, it's, yeah, it's like.
The list
you
is
go down
categorized.
it.
It's just
Like,
at the very
you
end is
have,
the.
like,
okay.
Yeah.
counselors and psychiatric services, residential centers, and they're not the same, so it would
That
be.
I could see,
Yeah.
breaking
Right.
out
So I
residential
was just saying move,
services
like,
and
the-
things. I just don't want us to get into,
No, we're not going to get into
I was just saying
value
move
judgment.
the navigation category to the top, because it would help people navigate.
there you go.
that
Right.
list.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Now see, I got it a better
So we'll play with
understanding.
it if that's okay with you guys. Let us do some work on the document and how it will face, and then we'll bring it back to you and share it and get feedback, and we'll.
Thank you
Flip the
again, and,
switch.
and
Yes,
thanks
ma'am.
in advance to
Thank
the
you.
counseling department, because I know that'll be on them, but I appreciate that.
Okay, so is that it on that discussion? Pardon? Well, there wasn't a, oh, she did make a motion. Oh, my. Okay, could you reread the motion, please?
So I motion that we make counseling provider information, including responses to the district's resources list application, forward-facing on the CISD website's counseling services page.
I second it.
Yes, there we got that. So now, all in favor of making it forward-facing on our counseling page, the survey, please show by the uplifted hand, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There you go, motion carries. All right, so that leads us to executive session. Am I correct? I'm not making a mistake here, right? Okay, so the committee will go into closed session pursuant to sections 551.071 and 551.0821 of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Any action, vote, or decision of the committee with regard to any matters discussed in the closed session will be made when the committee returns to open session. The time is currently 9:42. You all. Let the record show that we are back in session at 10:09. At this time, we'll go to item number 13, take requests from trustees regarding future agenda items. Are there any requests for the February board meeting tonight? Or if there aren't, you can reach out to me later if you have anything. Any items? Okay. So seeing no... Oh, January. January. I don't know why I said February. Yeah, don't rush it. There goes... Anyway, seeing no further discussion or action on our agenda tonight, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
And meeting adjourned at 10:09.
Merry Christmas, y'all.